A guide to the new characters and relevant side stories can be found at the end of the story. Author's introduction. Why a reboot of OR 2096? I was reading through the side stories and episodes in preparation for the end of the series, and noticed that the episodes stood out as being incredibly, well, bad. Episodes 1, 2 and 4 were in script format, the characterization was superficial, and there were details that were downright incorrect. For instance, children and Skyride were introduced with black hair and black eyes respectively, whereas the fact that the first dyes her hair blonde and the second has lilac eyes are crucial to the plots of some of the later stories. There were also a lot of things, written later, that had to be taken into account, most notably Jeff Hosmer's Kaise. The special edition will replace the episodes currently available, which had already been labeled unofficial. Though I try to keep the same beginning and ending points for each ep, I've felt free to change the story, in some cases completely, in the middle. Several major changes have also been made to the characters, and to their order of introduction. These will become most apparent in episode 2, but already in the story below, Shampoo and Kim have been completely reworked. Well, that's enough ranting from me. Enjoy the story. CHRIS Wilmore prologue JUSENKYO 2096. I squint in the moonlight, trying to find the marks I scratched into the floorboards during the daylight hours. Juzenkyo, never one for electric lighting or amenities, is nevertheless ruthless in its demands for exactitude. A few feeble silver rays trickling through the roof slats are my only illumination as I finish inscribing the wards. I thank the gods for the centuries of careful Amazon breeding that have blessed me with good sight. This is the last time I will have to face the dark. I have lived in it, gone mad, bathed myself in the spiritual murk of the cursed pools for almost a century, and my penance is almost done in just a few moments. It will give way to my Ranma redemption. Juzenkyo demands a price. That phrase is burned inside my head through force and pain and 1,000 proofs, but it has taken what was out it, and still more my youth, years of my life and all of AK. None of that. Not now. I act paid over full, and am out at least this in return. The spell is not perfect, it has its faults, but it will have to do. It is all I can do. The candles before me are needles, the carefully drawn symbols and lines are the thread. With these tools and my clumsy hands I will try to mend the broken pattern. But I was never a good seamstress. I know that the stitches will be visible and crude, but at least the cloth will hold together, and the tear in the fabric, the tear in my mind, the tear in our shared reality will have been patched. Fire. I speak the word, then close my eyes and visualize his death. A laugh, a flash, a blinding beam, and then he's burned, his silk shirt charred and smoldering upon his carbonized flesh. The red he is affianced to wraps her arms around him, cries, and flame. My mental offering is accepted by whatever minor deity oversees my spell, and one of the candles erupts in a tall crimson jet. Air. The soul that haunted my beloved is roused from dormancy. As it stretches, yawns and rises, so does the corpse it once inhabited, and when it leaves, the shell of a warrior falls onto a similarly colored asphalt with an unworthy, organic thump. There is room in my mind's eye only for the smile on the face of the wakened spirit, for the upwards tilt of her red-haired head as her eyes meet that of her betrothed, and the two complete a pact they'd made long before I thought of mine. The phantom assassin and his bride the parasite then slink away and disappear. They do not see or mind the soul that's left behind, that screams then falls into a forced sleep on its rocket quick trip across the ocean to a clear and shallow pool. A flash of white. I've thought enough. Earth. His cremation. A closed casket affair, for one whose looks and charm captured the heart of any maiden foolish enough to come near him. The coffin rolls into the incinerator as his loved ones say goodbye, but what they burn is a husk, nothing more. It is a product of the rice and prizes which the spiritual host commanded its mortal symbiote to eat while the two were yet together. They burn 1,000 meals, and call it a memorial rather than a culinary failure. The flames close around the box and devour the offering, while the pile of ashes grows, and spreads, and falls through the grate into the collecting tray. Yellow flame to my right. Now for the hardest part. Water. Juice and keto. How can both of them? Too many memories, too many feelings. A threat of madness, but I can't afford that, not now. I must focus. For him. For me and for those I've sacrificed to bring this night to be, I must. I think. I need that which touches upon him, not underscore me underscore. Asterisk that asterisk comes later. I toss away my solitude, my third and second losses, all my cell-phone pains and think only on what he would want to know about, and that which he would like most hidden. Water. A bridge. Late at night. A young girl in a soft-colored dress. A splash. Desperate grabbing. A search for something that is in another puddle, far away, and then a death. She follows him to the grave after a valiant and inadequate attempt at vengeance. The girl dies a warrior's death, and when her corpse is dredged we see the battle scars, the bloated limbs, the fish bites and jellied tissues. Enough. Blue flame. Only the tip of the pentacle is missing, and though it has been burning in me for 100 years, I must wait for the body that's fated to arrive before I may light asterisk that asterisk fire. I must rehearse. I must prepare my vocal cords. At last, I manage to croak. The enhanced candlelight warms me, making the tears coming down my cheeks seem as cold as graveyard soil. So long. And now, I feel a tremor. The spiritual sensors that I've built can feel my quarry coming closer. There is no time to waste in remorse or memory. I dry my face with my edge of my cloak and speak the final incantation of the cycle. Soul, mine to resurrect him, and another's to bind him. I think of his smile, of the lightness in my chest that it once caused, of his tricks and kindnesses, and even of his snubs and our first battles. I go back to his death, to what it did to me and to my perception of him. I think of my madness, my passions, my loves and my child and the fools that took them from me. I think of the life I've spent on the reversal of his demise, and I scream. I tear my hair, letting my body do what it has burned to for hours. I let out the pent-up anger and hate and jealousy for the other three, and then the happiness. He will be here, with me. I will be here, for him. Woe I me. Green flame. The pentacle is complete, and its fiery tips bend to join in its center. For a moment, the room is lit as if by a midsummer sun, and then a pillar of pure white breaks through the roof. It blinds me. It seems to reach to no, past the heavens, and so it must. It will be a beacon, bait and trap for no other prey than to souls. I smile, and speak to he who slumbers still. Tonight we'll be together. Slash underscore 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line slash backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash slash vertical line slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot 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 vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash created by Christopher Wilmore slash less than 4 CW6 at clink dot queen shoe dot greater than slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash art 2096 pages http:// clink queenshoe tilde 4 cw6 / left parenthesis logo armakuti art 2096 episode 1 special edition Resurrection for the two lady members of Control A who met me at a physics conference and wondered what the heck I was going on about. When I woke up everything had gone. I'd slept through the blast, the conflagration, the whole death typhoon. And ARTI enemies I should have known better than to go on a scavenger hunt with Hibiki Raraku, especially right before midterms. But the poor boy is so cute. I don't know whether it was the way he moved his hands around, or the helplessness in his voice, or just the way he tossed stray locks of hair back over his bandana, but his charms won me over in the end. And now we're lost. Of course, were it any other handsome boy, it'd be a pleasure to be alone with him under a moonlit sky, hugging him tightly and pressing my chest to his back while the ends of his bandana flapped in the wind. But this isn't some other guy. This is Rap, the boy who stranded his last girlfriend in Ethiopia on his way to the local park. Rap, are you sure this is the way to Tokyo Station? He lifts his right hand from the steering bar to cup the back of his head, and do that little ahem of his. Sure. It's, right over the next boulder. I sighs. Last time I checked, no place in downtown Tokyo looked like a giant's rock garden. I suppose those little gnarled trees are really skyscrapers in disguise. No answer, but at least he's steering with both hands now. Look. I'd managed to schedule a small break to do this with you, but I'd have to be back by dawn. I'd have a firmament, we're out of range of the nav map. As he speaks the words, I feel the body I am holding onto heat itself to an almost painful temperature. Rap, calm down. You're having one of your anger fevers. And I'd rather not have to explain second-degree burns on my chest. Didn't you hear what I said? You said we're out of range of— Oh. Don't those things, I ask, have 1,000 K radius? A shift in the red of his bandana tells me he's nodded. The cloth between his stomach and my hands begins to singe. And we are out of that radius. R-E-I-R-A-K, you know B-A-K. Oops. Didn't mean to squeeze him that hard. Nearly toppled us both when he swerved. At least he cooled down. Not but asterisk I haven't. You do realize I have 4 midterms left. I have 6. How are we going to get back? A shrug. How does he manage it? Like everyone else, at first I laughed at his tales of ending up in Siberia while looking for the bathroom. But when he started bringing back souvenirs, a shrug. Is that the best you can do? Until we're in comsat range, he's cut off by a pillar of light rising in front of us. It blinds him, and the hovercycle tilts over. I managed to avoid a wipeout by acting as a counterweight. What was— I begin. Rocket, he answers, predicting my question. Probably military. I've seen enough desert tests at use. Right. I keep forgetting that his parents own the largest security and military supplier in the country. Do you think this is your parents? Let's find out. And if it isn't, I'm sure the guards will tell us where to scram to. I smile, though he can't see it, and rest my head in the hollow made by the base of his tilted neck. The wind whistles by us, and I enjoy the feel of my leather jacket against my arms, of his soft hair upon my forehead and his stiff padded stomach throbbing gently against my hands with his breaths and exhalations. If he gets us back home, I might not even have to get mad at him for having landed us in wherever we are. Rat? HRM? Do you have any idea where The white beam disappears as quickly as it came, and to our light-adapted eyes the moonlight is as good as total darkness. I can't see. It was straight ahead. A military project should have lights. Maybe it wasn't the sound of stone against metal. The hovercycle stops, but we keep going. For a while, anyway. First I hear a thud, then a splash, and after that I find that there are things darker than night. All light is gone, and so am I he's here. Even if I hadn't heard his arrival, this alertness, this wakefulness would have told me that the spiritual tingling I feel is the presence of the sought-for host. But where? Light must be born from darkness, says the spell. I dare not light an unrequired match, lest all my work should fall apart in the final hour. Besides, Juzenkiyo doesn't like to be trifled with. Its edicts must be followed to the letter. So I walk through the dark, barefoot. The ground is grainy, moist and cold. Even my slight weight leaves impressions in the soil. Let it be. It makes it that much easier for me to find my way back. I let my witch sense guide me, but grab a bamboo rod from one of the pools to serve as a cane. I do not fancy falling into yet another spring. Progress is slow, but the way is short. Not 50 paces from my house I find a flying motorcycle. It is overturned and empty, with all the lights still blinking. No matter. This is not the end of the trail. I turn left, putting my cane before me and HRMPH. I prod, then bend down and touch what the bamboo has found. Soft flesh and a small trickle of sticky blood. My host. Strangely, I still feel a pull, almost a yank, to somewhere beyond where the body lies, but in that direction there is nothing but a group of closely spaced pools. I must be truly old, if even my witch's sight is going. A quick tug shows me that my strength is also fading. I fail to lift the host onto my shoulders, and find I must drag him. Wait. There, beneath the jacket. Not a him. An asterisk or asterisk. I look at the moon, and shrug. Not much time left. It's not what I expected, but it's not as if as if he weren't used to sharing body space with a female, after all. I move to the head of the body and take one of the girl's hands in each of mine. I'm careful to keep her head above ground and her torso out of the pools as I drag her back across my footprints. Brain damage and extra curses are two things I can ill afford. Once we're back, I move her into position and try to ignore the sizzle as her blood hits the force field. I don't need moonlight to tell me that the drops turn black. I make a quick trip inside the shack to retrieve my candles and replace them, this time around the girl. Fire, air, earth, water. It goes faster, this time. The candlelight falls upon her face, and I hiss. A Westerner. And a plain one. Nothing to be done about that now. I drive her visage from my mind, and finish the enchantment. So, this time, the candle flames twist and turn to form a spiraling cocoon around the host. When it's complete, I turn off the force field, trusting the spiritual energy to keep the girl above the exposed pool. It works. She floats above his captive soul, waiting for me. There is one ingredient yet to be added to complete the awakening, one final gift. Even now, the pool demands a sacrifice before it will let forth its prize, spirit for spirit, and I cannot kill. It would be so easy, if I could. I close my eyes, and think of how I ate Juzenkyo. I give it that, and more. I give the pool my grief, my madness, offer unto it those years of work I've spent beside it, and my apprenticeship with my predecessor. I had my warrior self a bogus gift, since that side of me has been dead since my exile. I will my panics and my crazed passions into a separate entity, and cast all but the memory of it into the shimmering water. Goodbye, shampoo. Now there is only his shampoo. Again. A column of virginal white rises from the spring, surrounded by a corkscrew of foaming water. My offering has been accepted. I sink to my knees and cry, barely noticing the diminution of chest and hair taking place in the luminescent cage. All I see is a blinding flash that dries my tears, and then the girl is gone. I summon enough coherence to switch the field back on before the cocoon completely disappears, then greet the one for whom I've traded a part of myself. Ni hao, Ranma. Asterisk 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 I feel nothing. I mean that. No floor, walls, clothes or skin, just my mind floating in an insensual dark. No pain. I open my eyes. There's no blur, or period of adjustment. The unaccustomed crispness of the scene before me reminds me that I need new contacts. But someone has already provided them for me, haven't they? Two figures, lit by candlelight and apparently unaware of me. I remember falling off the low. Wrapped. I turn my head, finding surprisingly little resistance from my neck muscles. He's nowhere in sight. Just a table, stools, stove and pans, wax candles, scrolls. Am I in some farmer's hut? I don't remember being rescued. I try to speak, to let them know I'm awake, but nothing comes out. I can't even move my lips. I try my hands and feet. Nothing. Great. Just great. I must have broken my spine in the fall. That would explain the lack of feeling and movement. But all those things cost a fortune to fix. Nothing to do but wait, watch, and hope they notice the identity card in my wallet. Rat, where are you? The larger figure is cloaked, and it has been silent for some time. Its raiment now ruffles a bit, and she speaks in heavily accented Japanese. A lot can change in 100 years. Places go. People die. And there's nothing we can do about it. The dojo? Asks the other. A shake of the head is his reply. Pop? Silence. Hey. Akane? I'm sorry. The young one sounds like Rat when he cries. He sobs in spurts which he tries to suppress, presumably to preserve his image of manliness. If only he knew. It only makes it worse. But you're alive, he manages. How did the women of my village or Amazon women live long? Or have you forgotten great-grandmother? Forget? Forget? How can I forget? You tell me this story, and it must be true, 'cause you're not like you used to be, but for me, it isn't like yesterday. It is yesterday. You still think this a dream? Another shake of the head. From the young one, this time. I believe you. He punches a wall. This ain't no dream. It's a nightmare. You won't go back in pool. The old one is angry. You won't go back to be so stuck with no paradise, no damnation. Be grateful. Shampoo make you alive. Before today, you just spirit world equivalent of vegetable. Yeah. You brought me back, but the way I see it, you've gotten rid of everything. Tonight is a night for tears. The young one turns his face away from the elders crying, and notices my open eyes at last. She's up. He walks closer to me, and I realize he's dressed in a famil. Wait a minute. Aren't those my clothes? He seems taken aback, as well, for he lowers his eyes once in candlelight range, and blushes. I follow his gaze, and see the reason why. Funny. I didn't know my body blushed. Shame and embarrassment share space in my mind. I'm mortified. Naked in front of a teenage kid and a crone. Deity, what if I'm not paralyzed? What if this is all some twisted sexual trap by a pair of deviants who I open my eyes wider than I thought possible, and even the young pervert takes time off from staring at my hips to stagger backwards with a surprised yeah. I seem to be growing a set of clothes. I'm still blushing, but the blush shapes my skin into a pallid jacket. Shirt and jeans my favorite outfit, which I left behind in Tokyo. I must be hallucinating. They've fed me some paralytic drug, and it's playing with my mind. I don't want to go like this. I don't want to go at all. But drug and rape is on the top of my to avoid list. Rat. Never around when you need him. The elder one comes closer, and I see her face. Clearly aged, but the only wrinkles are crow's feet around her eyes, and her sky blue hair has only a few gray streaks in it. She nods. A signal? I take cord off mouth now, but you no scream, okay? And no try move, please. You still weak. Take time to get used to get so knocked out of body. Like tooth extraction. She looks at her still spooked companion. Take time for both of you. So, she says, addressing me again, nice girl promise. I nod. She crouches and puts a hand to my mouth, removing a slip of paper I hadn't noticed before. I can speak now, and I do. Where am I? Juzenkyo. And that is in China. China? I'm going to Korat. If I find him, it's not as bad as Ethiopia, but, geez, what do you want of me? That take more than one word to explain. She pulls up a stool, and sits on it before telling me everything. She tells me the story of Juzenkyo, and of a boy who was cursed there a century ago. She speaks of his murder, of her efforts to reverse his death and of his soul's entrapment. It's a tale full of ghosts and magic, spells and gruesome vengeance. I don't believe a word of it. Until, in anger, she picks up the stool she's sitting on and throws it through me. That's pretty convincing, and my absolute clear-headedness, more than I've ever felt before, rules out the possibility of drugs. So, you're dead? I ask the boy who wears my clothes and has been listening as attentively as he nods, and puts his right hand behind his head while feebly hissing. Just like Rat. I'm Ranma Sodom. Or was. Or, I mean. He sighs. Sorry about all this. King Thompson. You should be. Asterisk 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 I'd read enough about ghosts to know that I can't see them, but everything else about her matches what I've learned. The instant I remove the wards from her hands and feet, this king is free to move and she does. She tries to walk, then gives up and glides phantom fashion across the room while Ranma watches. What's that in his eyes? Interest? Pity? Mistrust? I can't read him as well as I used to. And the girl. I feel less cult at what I've done when I see how she enjoys her new form, poking at everything around her to see how hard she must push before going through it. It appears that disembodied spirits can affect the material world, but only if they're gentle. Ranma's Akane would not have made a good ghost. Her violent tendencies would have sent her spiraling through everything in her path, until she left the very world sphere. This one can learn. Already she is picking up small bits of string, toppling scrolls. Small things, but admirable progress. She stops. Something wrong? Ranma's question. Just a second, she says. I wonder. Her eyes close and her clothing changes. Her body too, I see. Appropriate areas expand and contract, and in the end I can no longer call her plain. Her smile, once she opens her eyes and looks down at herself, tells me that she thinks the same. I glance at Ranma. He is transfixed, dumbfounded. If he were not bonded to this girl, and were she not bodiless, I would be tempted to disfigure the competition. But I am not mad. Not now. I gave that bit of me away, remember? Right. I start to clear my throat, but the all-too-nice girl speaks before I draw the attention of my beloved. Rat would drown in his own blood if he could see me now, she grins. Rat? My question. Hibiki Raraku, the boy who drove the hovercycle I arrived on. Rat's his nickname. Ranma leaps up, and my interest, too, is piqued. When magic is involved, such things are not coincidence. Hibiki? Kim nods. He's probably halfway to Guatemala by now. That boy gets lost in closets. I'm forced to chuckle. Some things never change. Ranma prods her and she speaks more of her black-haired friend, focusing on his intelligence, speed and lack of navigational skills. She goes on about a scavenger hunt, and their deviation from their planned course of travel. When her story reaches its end, I freeze. The last thing she remembers hearing is a splash, and in Juzenkyo, a splash means, I curse myself. My witch's sense was right all along. The yank I felt towards the pools was telling me that the chosen host, the body fated to hold Ranma's soul, had fallen into one of the cursed springs by accident. In my foolishness, I ignored it, and now my poor groom and this girl are bound in a union of error. Oh, and I could go, and try again. I should have tossed my conscience into the spring with all the rest, but now all chances at a remedy have flown away. Or have they? They might have just flown. Never before tonight had I seen a creature so intent on breaking into my home. When magic is involved, excuse me. During my reverie, Kim has moved on to matters of her academic life. I think she said she studied physics. Probably, for Aaron looks pale. I stand and move towards the stove. The pot I left upon the range is shaking violently. Funny. I didn't think I'd left the fire on. The bat I'd clubbed and captured soars out of the vessel, sending the aluminium lid clattering across the floor. The ghost and Ranma turn around in time to see it grow and melt into a very angry, very wet and very naked young man. Falling to the floor doesn't help his disposition any. I jerk a thumb towards the youth. Is your friend? Yes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it turns out Rat's a vampire. If I'm a ghost, why not? All we need now is a unicorn to come along and give us a lift back to you of Tokyo. I always did want to see what Rat looked like beneath his turtleneck and jeans. I just didn't think it'd be this soon, or that he'd be covered in mushrooms and herbs. Ah, well, never look a gift horse in the mouth, they say. Not that it's his mouth I'm staring at. Geez, I hope I'm not doing that pink glow thing again. Wait a second. That's flakes on his chest. Isn't that garlic? Rat snarls, the garnishes upon him sizzle, and the garlic becomes roast garlic. Towel, he growls. The crone grabs a rag and tosses it to Raraku, who's all too prompt in wrapping it around his midsection. Ah, there. He's noticed the garlic. He reaches for it and eats it. I thought vampires didn't like GA. Vampire? You think I'm a vampire? Well, yes. But you. The bat. I feel foolish. Haven't you been listening, Kim? I know asterisk I asterisk have. Bats have excellent hearing, and you wouldn't believe the acoustics in that kettle. No, I'm not a vampire, Kim. It's only thanks to your friends. A hand wave shows that he means Ranma and shampoo. And I have seen the inside of a pot. Spring of ground bat? Offers Ranma. Guess again. Spring of attractive ground female fruit bat. I'm not going to laugh. But I do. You think it's funny? Yes, actually. It's the tail end of Ju's and Kyo's fruit bat mating season. And guess who's the only available female in the area? This time, all three of us find it impossible to contain our mirth. The crone looks like she's going to lose a lung or two. Ah, yes, now you laugh. But what happened when I tried to come in? Miss Cannibal tried to turn me into stew. He must have been heating up during his story, because all the herbs on him now spontaneously flambe. Flying fox soup is shampoo hometown specialty. I must give the woman credit for saying that cheerfully and with a straight face. Rat, however, isn't impressed. I can tell by the way his loincloth starts smoking. Fire in his loins, indeed. Your family name's Hibiki, right? Ranma defuses the rat bomb before his fig leaf burns away. Raraku turns to him and nods, calmer and cooled down. Honestly, the boy has more mood swings than children at mid-month. Know a guy called Ryuga? Why yes. By reputation. He's my great-grandfather. Figures. So the old coot actually married. Huh. Never would guessed. Who is it? Who is what? His wife. Rat frowns, and Shampoo looks away. My family doesn't like to talk about her. Why not? She went insane and destroyed half a district with her spatula. It's still held against us. Spatula? Sounds bonkers to me. But to him, Ranma's face, it's so sad. The news hit him hard. Friend of his. You'd think a dead guy would be hard to face. But there. That's not just one tear moving down his face and neck. In the sunlight, It almost looks like sunlight. It's tomorrow. I know I don't have one in my current state, but my heart beats faster, anyway. SH. Shouldn't we be going? I ask. Rat laughs. Where to? Well, back. To the university. You're going back into raise with that jock attached to you. I don't have a choice. And I don't have clothes. And you know how the KF loves indecent exposure. Well, I blush a bit, but manage to get it out. I don't find it all that indecent, truth be told. And the dear boy nosebleeds, as expected. Yes, I cheated by manipulating my neckline while he watched, but I take my victories where I can get them. You're looking nicer than usual, too. So he did notice. But you're not quite all there. If your curse works like mine, couldn't you just switch and let Deadbeat stay with Madame Mim here? A good idea, but before I can say so, Shampoo vetoes it. It no work. Wandering limited. What? When ghost form no more than one width of Jews and Kyo from body, get transported back, like rubber band. How wide is Jews and Kyo? 800 meter. Maybe 1,000. Geez. Isn't there any way to change it? The crone shakes her head. I try. That's all I can do. Second best is down to pool width. Is better? No. I'd have to agree. So, I'd have to drag this boy with me to Tokyo. Yes. And we'd have to coexist. Yes. For how long? She looks me in the eye. Life. Please tell me you're joking. Another shake of the head. It seems to be her favorite word in body language. Sorry. And Raraka feeling a draft. Don't you have a spare cloak? Or something? In closet. Rat starts off. Towards the door. Wait. He'll get low, Ranma chuckles. Skip it. I know the drill. He calls to Raraku. Hey, bad boy. The closet's this way. I smile, and notice that Shampoo smiles with me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. They don't realize what's happened. The laws of heaven and biology have been repealed for them today, and they behave as though they were watching a clever sideshow at a carnival. King treats her ghosthood like a toy. The rat's anger is that of a spoiled child, and Ranma is withdrawn. He's retracted into a turtle-like shell. He does not know, and does not want to know, how his death has changed me and the others. Ever carefree, he cannot imagine taking responsibility for the consequences of his demise. He refuses to enjoy the life I've patched together for him, for that would imply acknowledgement of not just one, but of a flood of debts. He always was ungrateful, but in this, if I had wanted a body with vacant eyes, I would have stuck to squirrels. Then again, who am I to talk? I never thought till now of what would happen afterwards, of what he would do, of how he would cope with a new world. My planning always ended at this moment, when a part of me assumed that everything would be set right, and all the toil and grief and pain and forfeited experience would be revealed to have been worth it. Guess what? That isn't happening. They say they're going to Tokyo. I could go, too. Muthusa's children are always asking when I'll visit. This is my chance to take them up on the offer. Legally, I still hold title to the Nakoyanan, so if worst comes to worst, I'm going with you, I pronounce, forgetting to accent my Japanese. They don't notice. Where? One of them asks. Tokyo. Where will you stay? I tell them. Kim and Ranma nod their agreement. Now that that's settled, says Raraku, what if we go find my hovercycle? Who gets the seats? Kim. What do you mean? There's 4 of us and room for 2. But she grins in a way which I don't entirely like. 2 of us can change to take no space at all. Fine with me, says Ranma. I'll do the ghost thing. Bad boy can go in the pot. What? This one's dangerous. Before he can complain, I douse him with water from the sink and stuff his bad form into my pressure cooker, vicing the lid into place and leaving the steam valve open so she can breathe. Asterisk squeak exclamation point asterisk I shrug in response to an odd look from Kim. It only way. The violent boys. Both Kim and Ranma nod. So, when we leave? Any time. The girl is positively beaming. Then her color scheme darkens. Oh. What wrong? Well, the reason that we ended up here in the first place was that lost boy over there, she points at the pot, got us out of range of the math map. Math map? Madagatayano map, dearest. Tells you where you are at any time, within a certain range. For Rat's cheapo model, that's only 1,000 K from downtown Tokyo. He certainly is a hibiki. Ranma echoes my own thoughts. You see you not know how to get back? I'm not sure. Couldn't we hire a guide? Let's him to take look. Ranma looks at Kim, who shrugs. I take this as my cue to exit. In daylight, I see that the crash site is only a few dozen steps from my hut. The lights on the hovercycle's display are still blinking, and one of the backlit buttons reads, so that's what was wrong. I flip a switch, and hide my smile as I return. I think I fix, I tell them. A slight understatement. What? I think I fix. What do you mean? I push button, and map of China come on screen, with blinking dot at Juzenkyo. Lem see, says the girl. And she does. When I lead her and my betrothed to the cycle, she drags her hand over her face. The minute that Fledermaus is human again, she vows, he's going to be sorry you didn't cook him. What's wrong? Asks Ranma. Kim points at a button. See this? LRS. Long-range sensors. The bloody thing was right here, under his nose all the time, and the idiot didn't notice. She growls. I thought it was odd that rich parents like his would put a substandard math map on his bike, especially considering. Enough talk. We lose too much time already. You two want change now? Juzenkyo, never truly comfortable, is decidedly unpleasant today, and I am eager to leave. To start again. Just a second. Ranma looks back as he dashes back to the shack. There's something I gotta do. Too late. I realize what he's planning. Shishihoukan. I chided him, albeit silently, for keeping his feelings inside of himself, and now he's let them out in the most explosive way possible. Last night's pyrotechnics are reversed. A column of white-blue fire falls from the sky onto the pool of ground. What would I call it now? Drowned me? X him. A spiral of foaming water twirls around the beam, dissolving into mist, then all is gone. Only a hole in the ground with charred edges marks the site where once my life, his soul and my cast-off emotions were held captive. This is trouble. He's hurt Juzenkyo, and it will not forget. In living memory, no one has dared destroy Spring. The place will haunt him. It will demand satisfaction and revenge, and unless I or another can bend nature and destiny more than I have already managed to, it will succeed. I want to run. You ready to switch? I ask again. I hope they do not note the tremor in my voice. Not that I wait for an answer, of course. While Kim opens her mouth, I uncork the thermos and splash the returning Ranma with its contents. The boy and girl switch places and solidities. Ranma's spirit form is unconscious, just as Kim's was after her first change. He's to tell you already, it like tooth extraction. Get kicked out of body, big shock, little death. Take time to get used to it. What do we do? Strap that bot to bike, get in driver's seat and wait me to get on and back. Leave Ranma here. But he warped back, remember? Kim nods. She does as she is told, and the minute I tag my arms safely around her, she starts the throttle. I look behind me, and all I see is dust. Soon the people will all be gone and I will be alone forever. Enemies and resurrection relevant side stories *guys by Jeff Hosmer, a prequel to Resurrection which deals with Shampoo's life in the 100 years since Ranma's death. It can be found at http://members.aol.com/willmore88/guys.text*xanon. This is the story of Ranma's death and what happened immediately afterwards. It contains spoilers for Ep. 3, so I would suggest putting it off until you've read that episode. http://members.aol.com/willmore88/xanon.text new characters *raraku Hibiki, Ryuga's great-grandson, and a med student at the University of Tokyo. Friend to King Thompson, see below. His sense of direction is as bad as that of his great-grandfather, and when angry he erupts in an exaggerated fever which raises his body temperature to an alarming degree. For more information on his childhood, see the side story Little Raraku, found at http://members.aol.com/willmore88/array.text rats subpages at http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cw6/rat1.htm King Thompson, an American girl who has come to Japan to study physics at the University of Tokyo. Friend to Raraku Hibiki. Kim's subpage is at http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cw6/kim1.htm. Afterward a cheer to whoever spots the Captain Planet reference. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. Many thanks to the R2096 pre-read list, and particularly to Mercutio for his helpful real-time comments. Cassandra Jackson is responsible for the inclusion of the new characters/relevant side stories section. Jeff Hosmer's treatment of shampoo in his R2096 stories is the inspiration for her reworked personality and motivations, though we disagreed on certain details. As for the music listened to, I didn't have much of a choice, really. It was Christmas break, all the rooms with CD players were noisy, and there was only one tape of music in the house that I could play it on my Walkman. By default, the story was written to about 50 replays of Mannheim Steamroller's Fresh Serve album. The original London cast recording of Miss Saigon was crucial for the editing. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. I can't get enough of the please do yet. CW from Chris Wilmore less than 4 CW6 at clink.queenshoe.ca greater than subject. Ranma right square bracket left square bracket fanfic. Ranma 2096 episode 2. Special edition. Wacky hijinks X Cinder. 4 CW6 at clink.queenshoe.ca 2096 website. http://clink.queenshoe.ca/tilde4cw6/2096a.htm. Warning. Oh, not explicit. The below story contains some adult situations. I graded page 13. A guide to the new characters and relevant side stories can be found at the end of the episode. Prologue The dark was also warm, and Ranma could almost see an orange glow beyond his eyelids. Noise and voices were coming into being, but he couldn't understand them nor did he try to. He waited until they forced recognition upon him to awaken. Snippets of remembrance slithered through his mind. Pain, death, ghosts, age, loss. How silly. He must have eaten the wrong thing last night to have such nightmares. But how could it have been the wrong thing? Kasumi had cooked dinner, and she never made mistakes in the kitchen. Were those kitchen sounds, then? He decided to pay attention. Sirens, shouts, loudspeakers, chanting and a million conversations drowning out what could probably pass as music. Not kitchen sounds. Ranma decided that any further sleep was liable to be interrupted by the noise around him, so he opened his eyes. All he saw at first was green, but boy, did he ever see it. Small emerald scales forced themselves upon his field of vision with perfect detailing, clearer than he'd ever seen anything before. His mind was brimming with visual stimuli, but he didn't have a headache if anything. He was getting a bit of a rush. He wondered about the source of the miraculous green, and looked up. A pair of gently sloping mounds, making him feel as if his forehead should be moister than it felt. He looked down. Legs. Which meant, "Hiya." Ranma tried to force himself away from the Kodakai look-alike, and Newton's third law sent him sailing through a row of her friends, leaving him face to face with a paper-mache version of his female half, with horns and a tail. Someone swung a book and, cracking the pinata open and spraying the ground with cheap metal bells, black and white candies and pictures of him. Before he could look closer, a circle of screaming girls closed in on Ranma, falling on all fours to collect as many of the trinkets as they could. They kicked, and screamed, and tackled each other until all was once more darkness. When the light returned, the scenery had changed for the worse. In front of him now was a larger-than-life portrait of a scantily clad Kodakai hugging a ridiculously besotted version of himself. No way he'd ever allow his hair to grow that long, or to fall against his eyes like that. Was his chin really that pointy? He could poke someone's eye out with that thing. "Oh, you're awake." Ranma lowered his head and realized he'd been looking at a mural painted on the side of a skyscraper. Whatever was happening to his eyes made it difficult to gauge distances, since nothing blurred. It all stayed perfectly in focus. "You look confused," the voice continued. "Don't worry about it. The change had me disoriented, too, and you had been warping for the last 1,000 Ks. He was standing. No, he was hovering next to that girl from what he'd hoped had been a dream, on that weird motorcycle of hers. They appeared to be in a traffic jam. Oh, it wasn't any wonder that the cars weren't moving. They didn't have any wheels. "Well," said Kim, "at least now I know why your name sounded so familiar. I've been hearing it chanted over loudspeakers ever since we entered Tokyo." This was Tokyo. It looked nothing like the city he thought he knew. Everything had a different tone to it. Everything felt different. The air smelled of burned circuitry and sweat, the light was bluer than it should be, and all the movement that he saw was either much too fast or much too slow. With the crowds on the sidewalks shouting at each other, and the girls crying his name, Ranma felt like he was an invited guest into someone else's dream, or his own nightmare. "Where's shampoo?" There was a pressure cooker strapped to the side of the hovercycle, as he remembered there should be, but the Amazon was nowhere in sight. "I dropped her off at that restaurant of hers. The owner seemed to know her, so I thought it was okay. Rat was making too much noise, and she clubbed him one. I'm told he'll be back to his senses by morning." "Is he going to be all right?" "Sure. He's taken worse hits before." She gestured at the roadside. "Anything you can tell me about this stuff?" Ranma looked, and tried to understand. The streets were paved with light-haired women. Some were holding placards, others shouting through megaphones, and every block or so there was another pinata. Bold red lettering announced the 100th anniversary of the temporary ascension, 1996 to 2096 against white cloth banners. Up ahead, a small boy with curly hair was directing traffic, dressed in black and blue body armor. No, there was nothing at all he could tell her. They can't see me. What do you think? If they could see you, I don't think they'd let us through. Oh, now would be a good time to learn to glide, said Kim, unless you want to continue warping. I think they're about to let us through. Ranma nodded, scarcely listening. He was still trying to take everything in. The buildings were taller than he'd ever seen, the cars floated rather than rolled, and that policeman. What's a little type doing working as a traffic cop? You guys repealed child labor laws, or something? That's not a boy. It's the Cecil, they're the Kunyu Foundation's city troops. Kunyu Foundation? They didn't have it back when you went away. I thought it had been around forever. Never heard of it. The only Kunyu I know's a clown. Huh. Kind of odd they'd bring them out today. I suppose they were worried that the Church of Kodakai's celebrations would start a riot. Can't say I blame them. Church of Kodakai? Look around you. They're kooky, but they look kinda harmless. There's been a lot of bad press for them lately. Seems they've been linked to theft and murder. Nothing proven yet, but you know how tabloids are, especially when hundreds of pretty girls are involved. The Cecils are tough. Oh. Rumor has it that they're cyborgs, and they're sure as heck not human. So, it'd be bad to run that red light right now, right? Kim hit the brake just in time to avoid doing just that in front of one of the tiny soldiers. Yes, it would have been bad. Her voice was shaking. Very bad. Gliding had come almost intuitively to Ranma, and in no time at all he'd learned to match his own speed to the hovercycle's, and stop when the vehicle did. This isn't so bad, he commented while trying a pirouette. In fact, it's kinda fun. Good, 'cause you're going to have to get used to it. What do you mean? A passing girl stuffed a pamphlet into Kim's jacket pocket. She was cackling and dressed like the Kodakai Ranma remembered, and had used the opportunity afforded by the stoplight to hop from cartridge to cartridge and distribute propaganda through open windows. The number of open windows, of course, was a decreasing function of time. Kim picked up the handout, glanced at it and held up the cover so that Ranma could see it. The same painting he'd seen as a mural was featured prominently on the front of the booklet. This is what I mean. Hey, look, it's not my fault. Maybe not, but until I find a way to change your name and get you plastic surgery. The light turned green. Kim put away the pamphlet and started the hovercycle. Heck, I don't even know if plastic surgery will last through one of our switcheroos. But until I find a way to make you unrecognizable, I'm keeping the body. You're enough of a hindrance to my social life without having a bunch of crazed nuns in leotards running after you. After us. Hindrance to your social life? How'd Kodakai start a church, anyway? How should I know? They don't have these crackpot religions where I come from. and I haven't paid all that much attention to them since I got here. Next time you have the body, why don't you go up and ask one of them? I'm sure they'd be thrilled to tell you. Come on. It ain't that bad. Oh, no. Look at it my way. I'm down for a life to a dead miner who I don't even know. My best friend's out cold in a pressure cooker, and any thoughts of romance are out of the question, because if I'm not careful, you might walk through the wrong wall or warp in, and I'd be guilty of corruption. Who said anything about wanting to walk in on you? Kim shrugged. Like I said, I don't know you. Look, I didn't ask to be brought back to life. What a coincidence. I didn't ask for it, either. Silence. More banners, shouting, and prodigious filling of leotards by athletically built young ladies. Where are we going, anyway? Rat's house. Much as I enjoyed seeing him naked, the boy needs clothes before we can let him turn back. Turn back. It'd serve him right to run around in his birthday suit for a bit. No it wouldn't. You got no sense of humor. Indecent exposure is against the law. So? As if anyone would, Kim shook her head. Not anyone. Someone. The Cecils have a big brother. He's the police commissioner. I've seen him lift cars like barbells on the news. You'd have to be insane to break the law in downtown Tokyo. Insane. Like all these girls? Exactly. Silence. So, where's his house? He lives in style, yeah? Ranma thought he remembered something being said about a hibiki fortune. A mansion. We're going to his aunt's first. Oh. What for? To get a key to the house. Rat's parents are impossible to reach during the day unless you're the CEO of a multinational, and his own stuff stayed with his clothes, at Juzenkyo. Once in the house, we can get duplicates of Rat's credit cards and it along with his clothes, and then use those to get a new key for his raised room. You think a lot, don't you? That's why I'm in physics. Slash underscore 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line slash backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash slash slash backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash slash vertical line slash slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line slash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash slash created by Christopher Wilmore slash less than 4 CW6 at clink dot queen shoe dot greater than slash based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and slash developed by C. Michael Schumacher slash art 2096 pages http://clink dot queenshoe dot tilde 4 cw6 / left parenthesis logo armakundi equals art 2096 episode 2 special edition Wacky HIJINX equals for Vijay and Sean, because they liked it so much. A haze of hunger and faintness traveled with him, buzzing lightly. He felt disembodied and mad as if he had become some sort of demon. Vague images of girls floated around him, battering him like malevolent butterflies. IRIS Murdoch in my mind's eyes. I see the projections of e-news and private messages flickered backwards across my face. I know the visual effect to be stunning for an onlooker, and that's one of the reasons that I choose to leave the room and look as I go through the evening's correspondence. That the darkness hides the unmade bed behind me and the piles of haphazardly strewn clothing that I must eventually pick up as an unintentional bonus. I hate laundry. It's often in these sorts of moments, when the weight of bureaucracy is threatening to crush me with its denials and red tape, that I'm most grateful for Childra's presence. I've found that it's impossible to tense a muscle without her fingers finding it at once and kneading it back into relaxed submission. "Where did you learn to massage?" I ask her, and open the incoming tray in the exploratory history folder. "The Mule Court," comes the answer from behind me. "19th century? 18th? Oh, right. The pajama affair. Leave it to Jansen to learn advanced physical techniques during a 20-minute time trip, and still collect all of the required data." I repress a shiver as two hands alight on me unexpectedly, one on the back of my neck, and the other at the top of my head. The first rubs my spine gently, exploring thoroughly the troughs between my vertebrae. The second? Well, nothing beats a good hair ruffling. Childra's version makes me wish that all shampoos had fingernails. "Now, let's see what Gosunkuji wants today." I suppose that was to be expected, but still. I bite my lip. "We're being blocked," I tell my loved one. "HRM?" From my spine and scalp, her hands wander to my shoulders, slipping underneath my blouse and treating my skin to a much-needed stretch. It feels heavenly. The exhibit, you know the one I mean, the one to commemorate the anniversary of the global savior's death. I thought it was cancelled. A pinch. Ooh. And here I thought I already knew where all of those points were. I wonder if she learned that at the Mule Court, as well. I might have to send her back there. Not completely, but it might as well be. I've been working on it for months, and the KF is blocking me at the 11th hour. From the top level, too. I point at the messages from Field, giving children a chance to read the address. The Chief Executor's office. I'm not surprised. Her voice is soft and low. But then, she always keeps her cool. Well, almost always. The KF has quite a bit to hide, and they're downright paranoid when it comes to releasing information about dear old Tatewaki. Or don't you remember that incident a few decades ago? With Professor, what was his name? At the university, in the history department. I'd seen too many of my researchers lose their licenses for trying to find out more about that 2053 disappearance. It's best not to look too closely into one of the KF's tactical removals if one values one's livelihood. I don't recall. I lie. I trust children with my life, but there's always the possibility of bugs. One can never be too careful when dealing with the less elegant moves of the Kunyu Foundation. Her hands leave my shoulders. Had I upset her? My tone was a bit strong, maybe even bitter, but I have to smile when I feel a finger brushing lightly against my wrist. She works her way up my arm and upper chest, and ends up tracing circles on my sternum. She's teasing me, making the orbits ever wider, wandering left, then right. I clap her hand firmly against my breast and keep on reading. She can feel my heartbeat now. I'm sure it's faster than it should be. My, oh my. Today just isn't my day. Each message seems to bring worse news than the previous one. They're canceling our public lectures. I scowl, then frown. Wait. Just the Friday one. But they're still ignoring my requests for biographical data. You know, says Childra, sounding like a fox and prying my fingers off of hers. There are other ways of getting that information. I look back at her and consider it for a moment. Her eyes are green for my sake, and they twinkle now, accenting the pale pink lips whose corners are turned upwards in an unmistakably mischievous grin. A lock of straw blonde hair slips out of place and settles across the bridge of her nose, distracting me for a moment. No, I decide, having considered her offer. It's too risky. Risky? The KF is ignoring my requests out of self-preservation, not lousiness. There's something they're quite adamant in hiding, and I'm not curious enough to risk my life or that of one of my employees to find out Lobbit Island. Is that all I am? Your employee? Fishing for compliments, is she? I pretend not to notice. While you're punched in, yes. It's not as if I haven't dealt with the KF on previous missions. It's been too quiet recently. You've gotten out of shape. I know for a fact, and here I jerk my thumb towards our double bed, and you can't even make it through an hour of strenuous exercise without falling asleep. Is that so? It is SS no fair tickling. She stops, and I am able to compose myself. You are my most trusted agent, but it's been a while since you've had a confidential assignment. You're getting rusty, and could be caught unawares. While she's still startled, I swivel through a half circle on my chair, lunge towards her and press my hands against her shoulders. An elementary judo trip later, I have her pinned on the carpet. My knees are on either side of her waist, and I hold one of her hands in each of my own. I can't help but stare at her hair, spread out on the floor that way. It almost looks like a halo, with a dark interior. Someone's been forgetting to dye their hair, I see. Your roots are showing. So are your fangs, she counters. I grin, purposely exposing the overlarge canines I inherited from my grandfather. Don't worry, I run a voice a full octave below my regular speaking tone. You won't have to see them for much longer. We understand each other. Childra closes her eyes and parts her lips in preparation for the kiss to come. Vampire-like, I swoop down and the doorbell rings. Of course. Kai-chan's eyes open. Before I can complain, she's used me as a lever to propel herself back into a standing position. I'll get it, she says cheerfully, and leaves me to dust myself off and put the chair back into its full upright position. I wait, leaning with my back against the wall and hoping that it's only an insurance salesman. Oh, Kim. How unexpected. comes my darling's voice from the entrance hall. Does the Thompson girl even know about children and I? Is Rat with you? I chuckle. I know for certain that my nephew doesn't even suspect. He's called me his spinster aunt more than once. I kick a bra or two aside and walk to join my lover and offer our self-invited guest the comforts of our hospitality. When I arrive, children and Thompson are talking alone. Thankfully, Rab did not come with her. Though I make no secret of my partner, some explanations are awkward and best left to their proper time and place. I cock my head, trying to find an angle from which the scene makes sense. Jansen and the girl are speaking, but not to each other. The former is looking to Thompson's left, missing her head entirely, but that isn't any great loss, since the girl's face is turned far to the right. Though chatting away, she looks as confused as I feel. I wave lazily, and yawn. She notices me. For a moment. Apparently, our carpet is more interesting than I am. Shannon, dear, says Childrell without turning, you haven't any trousers on. That would explain the blush. I shrug. My blouse is long enough to satisfy modesty's requirements, and we're all girls here. A few cushions are still on the ground from our tussle a few hours back. I bend down to pick them up. What brings you to our apartment? I ask, while fluffing and arranging them on the sofa. Kim's here about a key to the hibikis. It seems your nephew lost his. Oh, that's right. You two were going on some sort of trip together, weren't you? I think I remember a scavenger hunt being mentioned. How'd it go? With Raraku at the wheel, I'm surprised you made it back this early. They're only 2 days overdue a new record. Thompson tames her uneasiness with a grin, and answers. The trip was driving him batty, so we came back early. I nod while patting myself on the areas that might conceivably hide a pocket. I don't have the key, I conclude. Step into the bedroom with me, and I'll see if I can find it. The girl glances nervously back at Childra, who's still staring at the door and grinning like a maniac. Don't worry about her, she gets like that sometimes. Far too often for my taste, actually, but she refuses to see anyone about it. Most people get rid of the imaginary friends of their childhood. Children slaughtered hers, and now holds regular conversations with their ghosts. Thompson's upper teeth meet her lower lip. She's unsure of something, but I can't tell what. I begin to get the feeling that the trip didn't go as smoothly as she'd had me believe. Well, I decide not to press the issue. If Raraku's in trouble, I'll find out soon enough. She follows me. I must look like a mole as I dig through the piles of fabric on the bedroom floor. One of my first finds is the bottom half of the pinstripe suit I wore to work, which I put on to avoid further offending our guest's sensibilities. Back to searching. Notes, bills, change. A bottle of perfume I'd been looking for. Oops, if she didn't have to see. The girl turns red and looks down while I put the offending item into a drawer. She must have weak capillaries to blush so often. I finally find my suit jacket beneath the tangled mess of the comforter. The key is in the breast pocket, and I hand it to Thompson. Of course you'll be careful with it. She assures me that she will. And don't let Rab get a hold of it, he'd just lose it, and I haven't another copy. You can slip it into my mailbox when you're done. It's right next to my office. The girl mutters a rushed thanks and exits the room like a canary fleeing a gas-filled coal mine. Back in the parlor, Childer's bubbling with excitement and whispering rapidly to the door. The advances in home security during the last few years have been remarkable, I admit, but I think you'll still find that a door frame makes a dull partner in conversation. Or is it one of your ghosts? Jansen turns around. She's beaming. If her lips stretched any farther apart, her head would split in two. Ghosts? Asks Thompson. Before I can clarify, Childra excuses herself to me and the door. I have to go, she says, then rushes into the bedroom. The sound of cloth ruffling and small objects being tossed around is heard for a few moments, then she runs back in, holding an armful of clothing and accessories which she begins to put on. Jacket, bandolier and neckerchief all find their way onto her frame, and she hops around while putting on her short leather boots. When she's done, she takes a quick look into the hall mirror, runs a hand through her hair and smooths her eyebrows with her fingers. That's when she spins around and grabs my head with both hands, reeling me in for a brief but impassioned closed eyes kiss. I manage to keep my balance. By the time I clear my throat, she's already left. The door slams behind her. I should be leaving, too. About time the girl notices. A pity it's a bit too late. I think the parking meter's about to expire. I dismiss her with a smile and a wave, and Thompson slinks out. For her, the door closes with a mere click. Asterisk 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 asterisk, she saw you. Kim struggled to keep herself from speeding. With all the feelings she had swirling within her, what she wanted most to do was slam down the hovercycle's accelerator pedal and shoot out of the city, but that would only bring her to the attention of the police, be it through a crash or otherwise. Yeah, she saw me. You saw us talking, didn't you? No matter how fast she went, Ranma's ghost form kept up and looked as if it were standing still. It was enough to make a speed freak go insane. Yes, but I couldn't hear her. What did she say? She just asked me who I was, and stuff, you told her. Why not? Why not? Because now we'll have the CKO on our tail, that's why not. Hey! She said she wanted to be my friend. Your friend? Yeah. Guess she thought I looked lonely. Deity. Why was she so happy? Dunno. Maybe she liked my name. Look, why are you so concerned about it? So she can see me. Big deal. So can bad boys, and neither of them swearing a leotard. She's my next door neighbor. Ranma blinked. Are you two? Well, you know. No. Kim's face flushed red. I didn't even know she was. I mean, she goes out with guys every other night, for crying out loud. At least, I thought she oops. She slammed the brakes on the hovercycle. We're here. Ranma whistled appreciatively, and with reason. The Hibiki mansion was of a size and elegance unheard of in grand 1996 Tokyo. Big house, he concluded, as Cayman strapped the pressure cooker from the cycle. How come there's no guards in downtown Tokyo? You'd have to be top crazy to break the law. I know. The key slipped easily into the front door, which opened automatically to let girl, ghost and pot into the mansion. See any rope? They'd gone through kitchens, game rooms, libraries, 2 or 3 bathrooms and wondered more than once how Rat ever found his own room in the place. After accidentally stumbling upon the master bedroom, servants' quarters and guest chambers, they were finally in Raraku's room, which was surprisingly Spartan. It held only a bed, night table, desk, chair, lamp, rug and closet. The walls were whitewashed, the furniture of rough pine, and the window across from the desk clearly provided most of the light during the day. What do you need rope for? Kim opened the pressure cooker and set the bat on the bed, patting it dry with a corner of the pillow. To tie him up. Ranma stared at her. Later. Right now, we need to find him some clothes. She rummaged through Raraku's closet, pulling out several items, holding them up, shaking her head and putting them back. She managed to eventually piece together an acceptable outfit, and laid it out on the bed. Just a second, she told Ranma, and walked into the adjacent washroom. When she emerged a quarter of an hour later, she was holding a glass of water. You sure take your time. Didn't know how to turn a tap on, or something? Kim turned her unusual shade of red. The living have certain needs, you know, and we haven't had a pit stop since before we reached the city. Oh, yeah. Here. Kim put her pinky finger in the water to make sure it wasn't uncomfortably hot. Once satisfied, she carefully dribbled it onto the belly of the bat, paying perhaps a little too much attention to the transformation from furry creature into well-built youth. Her contemplation was interrupted by a loud thump followed by rustling noises. What was that? Dunno. Probably a cat fallen out of a tree. Happens all the time. Kim nodded, and started to dress the still unconscious boy. Underwear, undershirt, socks, shirt and trousers were all put on with delicateness and care. Ranma looked away, but didn't make any inopportune remarks when she lifted Raraku's legs to slide the boxers up to his waist, or grabbed his shoulders and pulled his chest upright to be able to put on his shirt. The finishing touch was a red bandana. She arranged the boy's hair around it in a touching manner, then stood back, hands on hips, to admire her handiwork. There. Now. Came at the corner of the bed. She tried tugging a sheet from under Rat, found she couldn't fully remove it and instead took an armful of fresh bedding from the closet. She used the sheets to tie Rat's extremities to the bedposts and bind his waist to the mattress. The leaves in the tree just outside the window crackled madly. Ranma shrugged. Probably a squirrel or a bird. What you tying him up for now? Aren't you supposed to do that before he gets his clothes back on? No. You want I should leave for half an hour? What? Look, we can't leave the key with him, and we can't ask him getting lost until we know more about his curse. I'm making sure he stays put, just in case he wakes up before we get back. That's all. Touché, aren't ya? The ghost looked at Raraku's face. Bad boy's out cold. What did you say happened to him again? The Amazon slugged him. Must hit a pressure point. King frowned briefly, then loosened one of the bonds around Raraku's wrists enough for him to be able to scratch his nose, but not untie himself. Stay here, will you? Gotta go again? Something like that. Girls have the weakest bladders. She was faster, this time, and came back from her trip. She visited one of the kitchens, with a platter of cookies and a glass of milk. Just in case, she explained, setting the food on the night table where Rat could reach it. Kim set the thermostat to a reasonable temperature, then opened the window a crack. He'll need fresh air to recover. Sure you don't want to set the TV up and program the VCR for him, while you're at it? Or fluff his pillow? Kim blinked. TV? And I already fluffed his pillow. Never mind. Let's head over to Kurane Center for some dinner. I'm starving. As soon as the door closed behind them, a pair of long-fingered hands opened the window to its full extent and let their proprietor into the room. Asterisk, 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 don't even try to joke with me, children. The dead are beyond humor, especially about this, and tonight, of all nights. Listen to me. In all our years of friendship, I lied to you. You told me Nutkin was harmless. Other than that, no, you haven't. But I'd know if you were here. What do you think I've been doing with my time? With all my time? I see his face on half the boys in Tokyo. He looks at me from movie screens, and when I close my eyes, he's also there. With his brown eyes, his smirk, and long-haired sideburns. His pigtail is segmented, his eyebrows are thin, and his hair tosses itself in front of him, but doesn't quite reach his eyes. I'll wager he was wearing a red silk shirt and black baggy trousers when he died. How he is here, in Tokyo. Now, I just can't believe. After all this, there's nothing to believe. Go and see for yourself. What if he's just some actor the CKO hired? Then would I be able to see through him? The dead can change their appearance at will. You have to take that chance. Tell me where he island, you'll go to him. Yes. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Kurane Center turned out to be a multi-level mall with a reasonable, and more importantly, reasonably priced, food court on its top floor. The location was fortunate, since the ground floor lobby had been taken over by a loud CKO rally, complete with guest speakers and door prizes. King took the elevator up and passed by an okonomiyaki stand, a sushi bar, a tea lounge and a Chinese restaurant, stopping only at an American-style hamburger stall. She paid for her combination platter with a bill. "Whitastic," piped the ghost beside her. "What's that guy on the money?" Kim sipped quietly at her drink. She found a table in an isolated corner and only spoke once she was comfortably seated. A cheer from the ground floor interrupted her. "Cakewalkie Kunku. What's he doing on the money?" Kim blinked. "Gee, I don't know. He's only the global savior, and this is only his home country." "Global savior? You're kidding." Kim shrugged. "I don't write history. I just try to pass the exams." "What'd he do to be global thingamajiggy?" "Became a monk and wrote some poetry." "Look, I don't know. I'm hungry, and I want to eat. If you're really curious, I'm sure children will be more than happy to tell you about it once we get back. But first, more cheers. I'm going to finish my dinner. Understand?" "Yeah, sure. Whatever." Ranma left King to her food and leaned over a balcony, looking down at the rally in his honor. Thompson used the opportunity to take the CKO pamphlets she'd been given out of her jacket pocket, and begin to read it. She sipped her drink, then frowned at something on the first page. The second page made her puree the French fry she was holding. The third turned her red as a beet, and after the fourth she had to take long gulps of the drink to cool down. And the fifth, well, she really should have known better than to go on to the fifth page, given the heading listed on the table of contents, and the French and Danish illustration credits. The few words drifting up from the rally below didn't help, either. All she caught were bed, chain, whip and collective bridegroom. Ranma Sodom. She spit out her drink and spilled the rest of it on her lap. In no time at all, it was Ranma's lap. She fared slightly better than the first time her ghost form wasn't unconscious, but it seemed to be suffering from a really bad hangover. Ranma looked at Kim. She was bent over and clutching her head. "You all right? Get out of the body. Now! Before. Asterisk before the CKOs see you. But now! Unless you want to." She couldn't finish the sentence. Thinking of what was described in the pamphlet only made her sick to her stomach. "How? Must I spell it out for you? Use the washroom." "Oh, yeah. Out of consideration for the body's future ghost." Ranma walked into the women's bathroom. He took a few seconds to admire himself in the mirror, and once satisfied that he was as handsome as on the day he died, he splashed himself with hot water from the sink. Soon, he was the one clutching his head. "Let's go back to Ray's." Kim looked at him sharply. "There's something I need to ask you about." Some minutes passed before one of the toilets flushed and a young woman in a green leotard stepped out of the corresponding stall. She ran all the way to the ground floor, cursing her bowels for not allowing her to get out earlier. Sisters. He has returned. Can you be sure? Sister Copernica can usually be trusted. And so can our KF security cam taps. And this show. The relevant video was played. Those assembled just at the transformation. Ranma Satana. Precisely. It is our duty to rescue our beloved from her clutches, is it not? The question did not have to be asked. Where are they headed? Our DRAFCON tap lists them en route to Kunyu Hall. Send our university recruits after them. Will that be enough? The sea seals are out. Nods of understanding all around. We'll monitor the Harridan until we find a time when she is vulnerable, and then, we extend to her all the benefits of our hospitality. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. So, what were you gonna ask me about? Ranma looked around Kim's residence room while she took off and hung her jacket. It was small, but comfortable enough. Beds hadn't changed much in 100 years, and neither had closets or desks. He thought he could recognize a computer and a sound system, but these were quite altered from the forms he knew. I don't want to talk about it right now. But you were the one who wanted to chat. Kim closed her closet door and looked at him. She looked haggard. My jeans are soaked with cola, and thanks to you my panties are stretched and my bra's out of shape. Before I quiz you on the CKO's little bit of literature, I want to get very clean because I know I'll be feeling incredibly dirty afterwards. What? She opened the door and began to exit, then thought better of it and turned back to the ghost. Just before I go change. You didn't really beat Hercules' 100 in a night record, did you? What are you talking about? I thought not. Wait for me here. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Sisters, the Harridan is on her way to the third floor showers. Prepare to intercept her. Understood. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Came. Their company, Ranma froze in his tracks once he was fully through the wall. Kim stood in front of him, completely naked, dripping wet and glaring. Here. The jets of water were just rinsing off the lather from her hair, which fell to the top of her breasts. The ghost's petrified gaze didn't stop there. Instead of covering herself, Kim stood up straight and pressed a few buttons on a panel to her right, turning the water cold. Kim's ghost grimaced from the pain of transference, but had to laugh at the sight of a naked Ranma struggling with the unfamiliar controls. Take your time, she told him. I'm enjoying this. He pushed a button, and a mechanical hand attached to the shower nozzle took a few strands of his hair. Ow! There was some chirping, and then a generous dose of shampoo was sprayed onto his scalp. The next button caused the arm to scrape off a bit of his skin, then cover him with liquid soap. Neither of them was the hot water, and he was running out of time. Running and footsteps could be heard in the adjacent hall. I think that's the girls' track and field team coming in after their tournament. Maybe now you'll think twice about surprising a lady while she's bathing. Look, that ain't no track and field team. That's the shower sent a jet of warm water to rinse off the soap. Kim returned to the body just as a squad of young women in green leotards ran into the bathroom yelling unintelligible battle cries. Before she could complain, They'd grabbed her and carried her off in her birthday suit, still covered in shampoo and shower gel. At least it's a warm night outside, mused Ranma. He didn't actuate long before warping out. Asterisk 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 at the Hibiki mansion, Kim's work was being undone. A young girl was busily pulling the clothes off of Raraku, breathing raggedly and shuddering whenever her pale skin touched his. Her long hair flowed over his mouth, trying to block the words he was saying and muffle the name he was whispering. It wasn't hers. She knew that. She'd gotten used to it long ago, and she had tried to stay away. But lately Kim and he had been spending so much time together. She'd worried. She had a right, didn't she? They were family. Cousins. Relatives were supposed to take care of each other. All she was after was his happiness. That her own stemmed from it was purely incidental. The girl traced a line from Rat's knobbear sternum to his navel. Dare she go farther? Of course she did. She'd gotten it wrong last time, stopping when she had. And now that Thompson had found some way to bewitch him and make her beloved change form, she'd best take advantage of his current state before he turned into a bat again. Or worse. She took her dagger from its holster at her side and slipped through her cousin's boxers. Now all he wore was his bandana. The girl giggled. He looked so cute. She focused her lilac eyes on his sleeping face, memorizing every detail, then peeled off her bodysuit and laid herself upon him. She probed his mind. There was no rush. The dear boy was out like a light until daybreak, at least. An unintended gift from some other magician. Which reminded her. She ran her tongue along his skin, trying to find the points she needed. Salty. He'd been sweating a lot. Had it been for fear, strain, or excitement? Odd. She thought she could taste an herb broth. No matter. There, on his temple. She dug a nail in. On his chin. Another. She worked her way down, wriggling to accommodate her probe and enjoying the way his body automatically tensed under the pressure. Finally, all 7 points were hit, and she muttered the words of the spell. A brief close surrounded both of them, and it was done. Her rewards were in place. Now King could do nothing to harm him without her knowledge. But as for what she could do to him, she smiled, and began to use her tongue again, this time focusing on things other than key pathways. When that could no longer satisfy the need she felt, she allowed herself to send tendrils of her aura into his own and awaken the part of his mind that was least susceptible to dormancy and the only one which she would need tonight. She laid her belly flush against his, spreading his feet out with her own and moving her legs back together. They were the same height. Raraku's body knew what to do. It began to move under her stimulation and partial control, and because it was linked to her soul signature, her aura, it always found the perfect places, the perfect rhythm and timing. She supposed they were now kissing cousins. It was awful, a travesty, a perversion of the powers she'd been trained in by the collective. It was wonderful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ghost looked at the empty bathroom. Children hadn't lied. He had been there. He'd been in sight, in reach, and then had disappeared. Too late by seconds only. No matter where he was, she'd find him. I still believe you will return. I know you will. My heart against all odds holds still. Richard Maltby, Jr. and Alan Bubble equals and Wacky Hijinx equals new characters. Only the ones named and introduced this episode are listed. Hibiki Zanon, head of the University of Tokyo's Exploratory History, Red, Better Research Through Time Travel, Department, and Children's Lover. Subpage, http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cw6/zanon.htm. Children Jansen, PhD candidate and troubleshooter for U of T's A Department, and Zanon's Lover. Subpage, http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cw6/children.html. The Church of Kodakai, CKO. After Ranma's death, Kodakai dealt with her grief by founding a church which awaited his return. As for why it has so many members, years of male preferential breeding in China led to a shortage of women, which reversed the birth trend. More and more Asian babies were chosen to be females via genetic selection, because they fetched not only dowries, but large ones, especially if they were good-looking. After a few decades, there was a huge surplus of gorgeous Asian girls who couldn't find husbands. CKO appealed to these with the idea of a collective bridegroom who would come, no pun, to rescue them from spinsterhood. This is based on an actual trend. For more information, see the article 6.7 Brides for Seven Brothers in the Christmas 1998 issue of The Economist. Relevant side stories * cycles, unofficial, by Sean Gaffney. All not included in the official continuity. Sean's story deals very nicely with the relationship between children and Zanon. Note, this takes place after Converging Series. Found at http://www.pkeep.org/tilde/rpm/converging_series/ URL http://www.geocities.com/paris/bistro/2053/cycles.txt*. In Her Wildest Dreams by Trisha L. Sebastian. Another story about the children/Zanon relationship. This one takes place during Converging Series. URL http://www.pkeep.org/tilde-rpm/converging_series/inaudible. Many thanks to Sean Gaffney for getting me worked up enough to rewrite the episodes, and for providing a name for this one. Adrian Wong was a patient and excellent sounding board, and most of the scenes were written with VJ in mind. Ross Mackenzie is responsible for the name Exploratory History, and RPM is accountable for hovercars in Tokyo. Oh, I don't know him. Danny Elfman is a constant source of inspiration, and so is Mihashi, the lady who introduced me to his music. A belated thanks to my brother, who I'm pretty sure won't read this, for making sure that the new King Thompson was sweet enough, and to the R2096 pre-read list for their encouraging remarks. Finally, an episode I'm happy with. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent. Now on to number 3. Any input or commentary is greatly appreciated. If there's anyone I've forgotten to give credit to, please let me know. These things happen. Circumflex accent, and I'll include them in the next episode's thanks section. CW, one more thing. I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the story with it, but I simply must include the following quote from Miss Saigon. Last night I watched him sleeping, my body pressed to him, and then he started speaking. The name I heard him speak was Kim. Richard Maltby, Jr. and Alan Bublils from Chris Wilmore less than 4CW6 at clink.queenshoe.ca greater than subject. Ranma right square bracket left square bracket fanfic. Ranma 2096, Episode 3 Special Edition, Girl Trouble X Sender, 4CW6 at clink.queenshoe.ca R2096 website, http://clink.queenshoe.ca/2096a.htm warning. Oh, not explicit. The below story contains some adult situations. I graded page 13. A guide to the new characters and relevant side stories can be found at the end of the episode. Prologue I really should kick myself, but I think I sprained my knee going up that last set of stairs. Spending my evenings with Shannon is beginning to cloud my mind. King goes off on a hovercycle tour alone with Rat, and of course they decide to come back early, and of course she needs the key to the mansion for a night when both of his parents will be away. I didn't know Thompson had it in her, and to be honest, I'm jealous. The bondage is as well set up as any of my own, and with inferior materials, at that. She even remembered to leave a little slack on one of the wrists. Has she done this before? The slip boxers are a bit much, but considering the state of the sheets, if they weren't playing with syrup, that's prodigious. I can see why Kim felt she had to rush back for a shower. Right. That's what I'm here for. No more dilly-dallying. A pity the view's wonderful. Rat. Nothing. Rat. Still asleep. I poked his chest. Again. And again. Is he? Mumber, he's breathing, so that's alright. He always was a deep sleeper. Well, there's more than one way to wake a man. Sure enough. Just a few seconds and his eyes are not only open, but bulging out, and he's trying desperately to tell me that he's not enjoying my attentions, and failing. True, my tongue is rather in the way of his speaking, but the rest of his body would have given him away in a telling fashion, anyway. I can't explain. ICHILD. Well, that was fun. Not quite moral, but fun. CHILD. Rise and shine, lover boys. Where's Ranma? Did you just... I had to get you up somehow. And I did get him up. Worse, you know about Ranma. How? There. Island number time. I poked his nose with my index finger, once for each word. The CKO's got your lover, which is bad enough, but if they find sodium, strong emotions can make the dead visible to the living, and surely among that group of fanatics there's one who fits the requirements. What do you mean, my lover? I smell the scent of scorched nylon. Kim, Raraku. What on earth are you talking about? I don't have a lover, I've never had one, and if I did, it sure wouldn't be. I'm teasing him now, running my finger from just below his chin to far below his waist. Blood trickles down his cheek, and he wipes it off with his less-bound wrist. But Kim's a wild one. Raraku has more hickeys on him than a girl K-pirate on the day after Street John's Eve. I tug fast and hard, pulling the sheet out from below Rat. He hisses. I know it stings, I've had it done to me before. I take adjacent corners of the bedsheet in my hands and hold it to the light where he can see it. Mo lover, you say? Lots of hissing. There's no denying this evidence. So, I set down the sheet and sit behind him, fingering his bindings. Where's Ranma? Why do you want to know? Brilliant in med school, dumb as a brick in the real world. Weren't you listening? Kim's been captured by CKO. But I didn't sleep with her. I was unconscious. Wow. She really is good. Right now, I don't care. I lie. I might actually have to ask her to share a few things with me, once this is all over. If the Church of Kodakai finds out that Ranma is back. Wait. You're not saying that Ranma is... That Ranma? He is. And if they find him... I let my sentence drop intentionally, because nothing all that bad would happen to the living. They want to question Kim, and I can understand their eagerness, but they can't keep her forever. What worries me is that the fact they've taken her means they know about Ranma, which means that at least one of their members must have ghost sight. If the CKO publicizes Ranma's return and they will Scaride will hear of it, and I can't allow her to hunt down this spirit. I won't fail my friend twice. He was with Kim. I blink. Oh my. And here I thought I knew my neighbor. You mean, he watched? I think the thermostat's set a bit too high. No. He's with Kim. He has to be. Or at least, within a cave or... I run through everything I've learned about ghosts, hauntings and possessions. This doesn't fit. Tell me why, I demand. And he does. The story he tells is hard to believe, but I have to. It isn't unprecedented. After all, I was told about another girl and a panda in similar circumstances, but those are things which I thought had been left in the mythical past. I never expected to meet with them in modern Tokyo. A few minutes ago, I thought I was using scare tactics to hoodwink Rab into helping me with a favor to a dear departed friend. But now, we'd better hurry unless I want my number of dead acquaintances to increase. Get dressed. I pull my machete out of its hyperdimensional pocket and slice through Rat's bindings with more than a smidgen of regret. I feel like I'm shredding a painting. A naked boy down properly to a well-used bed can be a thing of beauty. We're going to touch Kim. Are you crazy? He's rubbing his wrists, but hasn't covered himself yet. Awfully nice of him. I shake my head and pot my machete back out of sight and reality. Not yet, I answer. But they are. Their devil equivalent is Ranma Satana, a girl who once shared a body with Ranma proper. Get the picture? You think they'd have and more, dear. I nod. Why don't we just call the police? He's moved to the closet and is pulling underwear from one of the drawers. At least it's the tight kind. What would we tell them? They'd lock us up for mental insufficiency. Look, Rat, I'm used to running solo rescue missions for but for this one I need your help. Why? He has a shirt on now, and is finishing the buttoning of his trousers. Truth be known, I need him for cannon fodder and to use as a distraction while I try to find Ranma and free Kim. Of course, I can't tell him that. What? You think I can face hundreds of those girls alone? He nods in understanding and puts on his socks and shoes. Never underestimate the male ego. When I suggested that his joining the party would make the fight even, he swallowed it hook, line and sinker. Besides, I add just in case he isn't fully convinced, she's your lover. Aren't you willing to play the knight in shiny armor and help a maiden? Well, certainly not anymore. I mean, a lady in distress. I did not. I make a meaningful visual survey of the battle-scarred bedroom. Well, here. He cups a hand around the back of his head. Maybe I did, at that. Is that a size? But anyway, he says, clearing his throat, how'll we get to her? We'll go to CKO headquarters by hovercycle. And then? Leave that to me. Oh, so you just happen to know how to break into their complex? I do. And you found this out. How? I've been around. Let's stop wasting time, shall we? Here's the key to the cycle. I found it in Kim's jacket, just after her abduction. You're letting me drive. I lost my license, and we can't risk getting stopped by the police. There's Cecil's about. Just try not to get lost. I'll do my best. That's what worries me. One more thing. Yes? He stops midway through putting on his jacket. Do you know the way to the prefectural graveyard? /_/_/////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// slash vertical line slash backslash vertical line backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash vertical line slash backslash underscore slash backslash vertical line backslash backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line 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 underscore backslash slash backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash vertical line underscore backslash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash slash vertical line dot vertical line underscore backslash vertical line slash backslash vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line backslash vertical line slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line underscore slash backslash slash vertical line backslash vertical line dot 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 slash vertical line backslash vertical line backslash dot vertical line dot vertical line dot dot backslash vertical line dot vertical line dot vertical line slash vertical line backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash underscore backslash vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot vertical line underscore vertical line dot backslash slash dot vertical line underscore vertical line 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 backslash vertical line underscore vertical line backslash created by Christopher Wilmore /// less than 4 CW6 at clink dot queenshoe dot greater than // based on a story by Rumiko Takahashi and / developed by C. Michael Schumacher // art 2096 pages http://clink.queenshoe./tilde4cw6 left parenthesis logo Armakuni == episode 3 Girl Trouble == for Vija, Cassandra, and the Witch's Coven. The love that follows us sometimes is our trouble. WILLIAM Shakespeare. I flutter from grave to grave asking my question, but my fellow departed give me as much of an answer as the wind which I've been questioning for years. When I say the name, they turn away as if from one insane, but I know they understand. How can they not? We know each other's histories here, down to the smallest detail. Our days we spend in common lament and our nights in recollection of that which will never be again. How can they not know who I grieved for, who I died for, and who it is I must now find? Where's Ranma? I ask. Who counters an owl? Smart aleck. If I were alive, I'd use its feathers for pillow stuffing. But I'm not. I recognize a shade, not far off. It's old hero, who spends his time at the lake watching young lovers. Have you seen Ranma? I ask, dashing up to him. He looks at me for a moment. His eyes are searching for what? Knowledge? Unexpected feeling? Whatever it is, they don't find it, and he moves on. Why won't anyone answer me? I ask him. What's going on? Through waves of silent ghosts and markers I trail him. It's quiet. Even the usually omnipresent sound of supernatural whining is absent tonight. Why won't anyone tell me about Ranma? Is there a problem? Is he? I can't say it. He says it for me. We face a problem greater than any of our individual misfortunes. Hero stops and points at a crypt's half-open door. Look. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see, but I phase past the door and into the burial chamber. Everything seems in place. Urn. Inscription. Th. The Wanderer. Shy Gypsy. Save the United States. Slyly. Spryly. Trist. Fa. Trist and twine until he die. Babbling phantom in convulsions. I know her, and that only makes it worse. It's Minako. She isn't looking well. Her eyes are enlarged to twice human size. Her jaw moves up and down even when she doesn't speak, and her body not so much shakes his pulses with a stuttered rhythm. He will come. But too late. Too late to my crypt. Now mine not is he's not here anymore, he shall not anywhere go. I die. Fa. Hero melts through the wall and joins me. What happened? I ask. The assassin happened, he answers. Scarred? When? Tonight. Not long ago. Both of us keep our eyes on the spectral girl as she continues her mutterings. Who is it? I have a fairly good idea, but I don't want to know. Not for sure. The death that Nutkin brings is final. There are no ghosts of ghosts. Kinko and Daisuke. As I feared. That pair had been in love, and Minako here was well known as Dai's rejected sweeter. The two had finally decided to try. Well, his pink glow and cough say enough. A crypt was an obvious choice for that, since it guaranteed privacy. The wards embedded in its walls make exit from one difficult, and entry less appealing. Miles single quote KO single quote D heard of the tryst, and was planning on walking in on them. Hero closed his eyes. Scaride walked in on them first. caught them with their pants down. She did it in the middle of. Hiro nodded. This was bad. However vicious she may be, until now the assassin always respected the sanctity of those at prayer and the privacy of couples seeking intimate solace. This lowering of her respect for us considerably increased our danger. Minako saw it all. Deity. Her cries and shouts were now impossible to understand. It's worse for her, you know. The Wanderers rescued her twice, and she expects him to do the same for everyone. For the rest of us, he's hope. For her, he was a certainty. He's only one spirit. But he's always have. There are hundreds of us. Why can't we do something about Nut? About the assassin? Because she has weapons we cannot fight. A touch of her blade, or one of her bubbles, and we're gone. And what can we attack her with? We could try scaring her to death, I suppose. Minako's been reduced to sobbing now. I try not to imagine what's going through her mind. I don't know what I'd do in her place, unable to help while the one you loved was our enemy. The heavens forgive me for forgetting about him these few minutes. If anything were to happen to him now, the double death fills me with guilty reassurance. Scaride strikes only once a night. Ranma's in trouble. The crypt door slams fully open. Hi, Hiroshi. Childra waves at him while running in. She glances down. What's wrong with Minako? I start to explain, but she silences me. No time for that. The CKO has Ranma. Is he? Yes, he's alive. What? And dead. Dead and alive. He's as lively as a stiff can be, but we'd better get to him soon. If we don't, the church will make his presence public, and that'll attract. Minako looks up from her crying and looks Jansen directly in the face. Oh, no. She didn't. Scaride, I muttered to myself. Why can't she stick to her books and her passions, and let us be? I'm so sorry. Childra wrings her hands. You don't have to apologize for your friend. Hiroshi. We know her actions are not yours. You are a comfort and companion to the dead, while she's the self-appointed scourge of the heavens. She's not always like this. Only the living can afford to see her as anything but the assassin. A weak smile from Childra, and then the verbal steamroller is back. Rat's out front. He's waiting for us. Hiro raises an eyebrow. Jansen ignores his silent question. What does he have to do with anything? I ask. I'll explain on the way. Do you know your way around the CKO complex? I think so. Good enough. And then we run, leaving Hiroshi behind to deal with Minako's shattered soul. At times, we all must be a little selfish. Ranma examined the mural in front of him. He had to admit that it was quite a good likeness, though the situation was a bit far-fetched. The room he'd warped into was dimly lit, simple and harrowing. The sole item of furniture was a chair in the middle of the room. The only light came from a glowing disc at each corner, and every available inch of space was painted. 3 of the walls had pictures of Ranma's ex-fiancés on them. One showed a giant ukiyo, dressed in black, demolishing a town with her spatula while green flames rose up around her. The next depicted Shampoo as an enchantress, calling down lightning from the dark clouds above her. The one Ranma was currently admiring had Akane rushing towards the viewer from the center of a whirlpool, wooden mallet in mid-swing. And the others? Well, he didn't want to think about them. The nicest of the 3 had an army of those Kodakets on it, all dressed in their green leotards and wearing identical ticked-off expressions. Looked like they were protecting some sort of building. As for the floor and ceiling, the kindest thing he could say was that at least now he knew where the picture on the side of that skyscraper'd come from. Above him was the same pastel-shaded painting of Kodakai hugging an ultra-Bisanon version of himself. The extra clouds and cherubim made it clear it was meant to be a rendition of heaven. Below wasn't much better. Amidst flames and dancing devils was an under-and-out demonic version of his female half in a pink leotard, complete with horns and a barbed tail. At least Kim's unconscious body covered the worst of it. Eventually, the girl opened her eyes. Ugh! She groaned, then shook her head and sat up. Where? She noticed Ranma. Ranma, where are we? Dunno. Some girls took you from the shower, and I kinda just warped here. Kim squinted as her eyes adjusted to the half-light. I don't feel so good, she moaned. I think they drugged you. You've been out a while. I'm feeling chills. Then you might wanna get some clothes on. Clothes? Ranma's sudden embarrassed glow added considerably to the light in the room, and Thompson was able to find and grab a leotard that had been left for her. It was pink. I've seen the ceiling before, she commented while putting it on. Ranma nodded, his back to her. CKO has us. Afraid so. I knew that switch at the restaurant was going to cost us. She sighed. Well, so much for my midterms. Say, isn't that Shampoo? Yes, Ranma said softly. How'd they know about her? I don't wanna talk about it. Suit yourself. Any ideas on how we're going to escape? Part of the army of Kodakets slid open, and 3 women stepped through the open door. You won't, said their leader. Asterisk 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 asterisk, big wall, says Rat. He's right. The CKO spared no expense in making their compound look the part of an impregnable fortress, much like the ladies themselves. But there's an easy way to get both of them to open. You just have to know what to slip into the slit, and which buttons to press. Green light and a beep. They either haven't bothered to erase Isabella's code, or they never realized I stole her card. The expression on Rat's face as the front door swings open is precious, and the ghosts isn't far behind. What was that? Asks Raraku. Membership card. You were in. You were. What? I shrug and step inside. I was young. Coming? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not so much, Cassandra. Elena, be careful with that knot. Remember who she... There it is. Her eyes are glossing over. Good. The drug was quick-acting. In a few seconds Kim ceased to be bothered by the ribbons with which they'd strapped her to the chair. The women in front of her looked as insubstantial as Ranma, and all around them the paintings were laughing. "What is your name?" The one who asked the question wore a mask. "Kimberly Ann Thompson," she answered. Funny. She'd never told anyone her middle name before. The birds were lovely, but they really shouldn't pick on the poor weasels so. "Your true name?" "I I told you. Kim. Thump. Son. WHE. Why have you returned? Seagulls under rocks. Well, we couldn't stay in China forever. It's so nasty there, with bats, and rats and shampoo. How silly those girls looked with alligators on their tummies. Was that a blimp? No. It was a hat. A derby hat. Ah, well. China? What does the return of Ranma-sama have to do with China? That's where he comes from. Yup. 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 Wee. And speaking of Ranma, there he was. Was he playing hide and seek? Maybe he was it, and that's why he had his hand over his face like that. Thompson tried to pop one of the golden bubbles, but the ribbon around her wrist stopped her. She struggled a bit. Hey, that actually felt good. Kim wriggled in her bonds, trying to set up as much friction as she could. The masked leader covered her face with her hand, just like Ranma. Maybe she was it. Now, that's odd. No one seemed to have tagged her. What is the nature of your relationship with Ranma Sodom? None. I'm single. She grinned. For now, anyway. Ooh. Giggle. Stop playing games. In what way are you and Ranma linked? Linked? Why didn't you say so before, dum-dum? We share my body. What? In and out, in and... Enough. This is going nowhere. Alena. Cassandra. I'll take my chances, but we might need your strength if this is only a demonic duplicate. Genevieve. Another girl must have come in with water, because Kim soon found herself splashed, out of the body and coherent. Now Ranma was in the pink leotard, strapped to the chair with large quantities of red ribbon and giggling madly. The switch sent 3 of the girls to their knees. Only the masked one managed to keep her composure, and poked Ranma twice with a white instrument. The boys' laughter died down and a green light flashed at the top of the machine. "The genetics match," whispered the masked one. "Genevieve. Cassandra. Release the savior." While they did, with trembling hands, the leader knelt before him and removed her mask. "Our apologies for doubting you, my liege. But this being the century day of your ascension and having been warned of Satana's wiles, we thought it prudent to wait for a genetic test before acknowledging you." "So Kai," said the drowsy Ranma. "Genevieve. Cassandra. Alena. Ready the sanctum." 3 nods. Then the pitter-patter of slippered feet exiting a smooth-floored room. All the ribbons were off now. The leader took Ranma's hand in her own and helped him up, offering herself more as a full-body frontal splint than a crutch. The collective bridegroom was too sleepy to care, and King too disgusted to watch. It will be a few minutes until the sedation wears off. Grumped off. I am Sakun, first ranked of your brides. Allow me to be the first to. Further words would have been wasted on one too drugged to understand. Sakuin's kiss drove the clouds from Ranma's mind. She broke it off only when both of them were short on air and she could no longer keep him pressed against her. Ranma backed against the muraled walls as if trying to melt through them. His eyes were wide, his Adam's apple was moving up and down and sweat trickled along the side of his face. The head of CKO smiled. I am afraid there is but one way out, our love, but I guarantee that you won't find it unpleasant. If you will follow me. Everything's exactly as I remember it inside the complex. Well, no, not really. Everything I remember is exactly as it was, but they'd added a few wings and remodeled half the rooms. The security details also missing. That must mean, children? Asks the spirit hovering beside me. HRM? Where's Ranma? They'll have taken him to the main auditorium. Huh? I've confused Rat with my conversation. I'm not about to give him a parapsych 101 cram session, so I pretend that I was talking to him. I was saying that they'll have taken Ranma and King to the main auditorium. Do you know where it is? If memory serves. We walk down 2 halls and come to an elaborately carved door. Children? Asks Raraku. Yes? Why does the main auditorium look like a dungeon? Shampoo listened, to make sure everyone else had gone to sleep, then locked the door to her new room and tossed herself onto the bed. It was a spring bed, rather than a mat. That was one of the few changes that had been made. The Nakoyadan was almost as she remembered it, physically. The menu had changed, there'd been a new paint job, but that was all. Still, it didn't feel as it once had, and the spiritual connection she'd had with Moose's sons was gone. They spoke, and she heard nothing. They moved, they smiled, they tried to console her and all she saw were faceless ghosts wandering halls haunted by quenched possibilities. She had nothing, now. For a century she'd lived towards a goal. She'd reached it, and was unfulfilled. Ranma didn't love her. Ranma didn't know her. She'd seen that the instant he'd woken his face was trying to hide what his eyes could not, that he felt himself in the presence of a stranger. Had she changed all that much? The restaurant was ageless, but with a mutable soul. She was its inverse, or so she felt, an unchanging spirit confined within a restless frame. Nimbly, she slipped out of her nightgown, draping it carefully over a chair, and stood in front of the full-length mirror. She had aged in 100 years, that was certain. Her skin had gone from creamy white to a dull half-gray, and though she wouldn't admit it in public, smoothness had given way to wrinkles, and here and there a few white strands clashed with her otherwise sky blue hair. It wasn't fair. She'd done all she should. Long ago she'd promised to herself and to Cologne that she'd had no errand but Ranma. She had kept that oath, defeating all challengers and devoting her entire life to bringing his spirit back from that half-death in the Juzenkia pool. And now, she started to cry. It just wasn't right. It wasn't. Her heart hadn't changed, or her soul, and she still was athletic and trim. But it wasn't enough. Ranma's heart, soul and build were equally inviolate, but he had the advantage of his teenaged body, and she the burden of 100 years of age and memory. Surely, her beloved would be snagged by some pubescent girl with a firmer chest, or a solid voice in place of her own tremulous vocalizations. All her work, her dedication, and her awaiting. All for what? Shampoo laughed. She laughed at herself, at the world, at having thought that he'd stay with her just because she'd raised him from the dead. At best, he'd think of her as a grandmother. A grandmother. Tears streamed down the Amazon's cheeks. It would be easier to bear if he now hated her. At least, she would then think that he disliked her for herself, that there would never have been any chance of their being together. Instead, he found he liked her, as a friend maybe even more. It was only physical considerations that prevented them from. Time's arrow had struck her in the heart. Shampa shook her head. She shouldn't think of things she could not change. Wasn't that what she'd told Ranma? It was best to make the most of what she could, and not regret the lack of that which lay beyond her grasp. She walked over to the telephone. Thank goodness Blow Dryer had shown her how to use the thing earlier that day. She'd never have been able to figure it out on her own. Not a single button or dial was to be seen on the device. She picked up the set, and spoke the number which she'd memorized. A short pause, then a beep. Welcome to Tokyo Telecom's automated answering service. The persons you have called, King Thompson and Childra Jansen, are not available. Please leave your name and number, along with a brief message, after the tone. Thank you for using Tokyo Telecom. Asterisk B asterisk Shampa smashed the set against the ground, and collapsed sobbing onto the floor. Asterisk 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 Ranma was wary of following the overpass on 8 liter, but was left with little choice, given the number of exits. The room they went into was as brightly lit as the first one was dim, and he was blinded for a moment as he walked into the bright light. Darkness is a requisite for the preservation of the paintings, explained Sakun. Your images are very dear to us, and those are among the most faithful. They were made soon after your deed. They were made a long time ago, and so need special care. Our apologies for the discomfort which the change in light has caused you. Sokai. Ranma squinted a few times, then regained his vision. The chamber he'd been let into looked like either a space station's control center or a very advanced medical lab, with large computer screens, keyboards and some devices he couldn't recognize lining the walls. A few institutional-looking chairs and a desk were the only furniture, and they, like everything else, were cast in a clean, glowing light. He could see everyone's reflections perfectly on the floor tiles except for Kim's, of course. What are they doing? He jerked a thumb at two of the acolytes who'd sat down at the terminals and were typing away furiously. They're preparing your birthday present. Oh, yeah. What is it? Something the foundress very much wanted you to see. More typing. Kim put her invisibility to use and watched over the Kodaket's shoulders. Nothing seemed to be happening. Wife's talking so long. Ranma was getting edgy, and he didn't like the way Sukun kept staring at his hips. There are certain things which we value more than even those paintings, and overriding the safeguards we've built over decades of storage takes some time. What is it? You won't have to much longer wait. He sure hoped not, since he really didn't like the way she was using her index finger to twist his hair into a curl. He glanced at Kim. She was a pale shade of green, and her eyes were wider than a human's could ever be, making her look like a character out of some online show. All we need now is your access code, Mistress Sukun. Go Sankuzi bar Ranma Alpha Sukun Kipto Ranma Alpha Pot. After a final bout of keyboard clicking, the far wall slid open and a carpet of cold air unfolded to welcome Ranma to Kodakai's final gift. She waits, said Sukun. The acolytes were now standing at attention, as if expecting something official to happen. Ranma didn't know what. All he saw was another dark room, and a few speckles of light bouncing off something within it. He looked for Kim. Her ghost sight should allow her to see things pretty clearly. Okay. Not when she was looking away. Sukun bowed slightly and gestured with her hand in the direction of the dimly lit chamber. Ranma stepped into the room, the light switching on before he had a chance to reconsider his entrance. This chamber too was white, and dominated by a tall glass cylinder filled with a translucent yellow goo and capped by a paneled metal base and top. There seemed to be something moving in the middle of it. He pressed his nose and palms to the edge of the container and peeked in. Something dimly peeked back at him through the murk, or would have, were it living. Yargh. Ranma tripped on his own foot while jumping back and sprawled onto the floor. It couldn't be. Nowie. No how. Ma. He looked again. Innocent enough. It had just been a trick of the light. It was only a lava lamp, see? Just a few bubbles going up, some nice blinking lights, a click or two, and some old dead bag grabbing his grinning corpse. Yargh. Now he looked like a poster boy for Twister. Mistress Kodakai wanted you to know that even in death, she would be faithful to you, said Sukun. I think I'm gonna be sick, mumbled Ranma. Tell me that's not what I think it is. I've already been sick, said Kim. She was somewhere behind him. The janitorial squad for this place is bloody lucky that ghosts can't puke. The passwords alone were enough to turn my stomach. Hope you're into ribbons and handcuffs, oh collective bridegroom. She has never left you. continued Sakun. In fact, she pressed a button on a nearby wall. A spotlight came to life behind the tank, its limelight cutting through the murk and making the contents of the vessel clearly visible. There was no denying it now. Floating within the glass cylinder, the naked, grinning corpse of an elderly black-haired woman tightly hugged Ranma's own cadaver. In fact, concluded Sakun, you had never left her. She smiled. You stole my corpse? Asked Ranma, shocked. He couldn't take his eyes off of the body hovering in the straw-colored clop, nor rid himself of the impression that he was looking into a very badly manufactured mirror. Not _I_, no, answered Sakun. It was Mistress Kuntu. We couldn't leave it to decompose, after all. Now, could we? That would be an outrage against yourself. Be assured, it has been carefully preserved and revered all these years. But that other body, is it? That underscore is underscore Kodakai Kuntu. When she died, she asked her body be placed in the preservation tank along with yours, that you could see her faithfulness proved upon your return. I see. He gulped. Well, now that I have seen how she is, faithful, could you please close it up again? Sakun smiled. Certainly. I can see how it might be a little disconcerting, shall we say, to see your own corpse. Will you step out of the chamber, please? Ranma did so. Sakun waited for the lights to go off, then snapped her fingers. Alena, Cassandra, put doors. The pair nodded and set back to work at the consoles. In a short while, the panels closed together with a thud. Ranma relaxed visibly. Is there anything else that I have to do, or will you let me go? Obviously, I cannot hold you here against your will, any more than a Tibetan monk could retain the Dalai Lama. You are free to go. However, I must say that our acolytes will be sorely disappointed when I tell them you declined to meet them. Acolytes? Ranma. Let's get out of here. Kim was tapping her foot with enough force to send it through the floor. Our headquarters house about 700 acolytes of Kodakai. The press has taken to calling them Kodakets. They are all in between the ages of 16 and 25, except for the senior priestesses, like myself. She smiled. Who are considerably more mature and a grin. Top experienced. Ranma gulped. They train in martial gymnastics and other athletics for several hours a day, and are quite physically fit. And, of course, all of us worship you. You're sure you want to leave now? She put on her best pulpy dog eyes. What happens if I say yes? Sakun snapped her fingers and half a dozen ladies whose tight black leotards showed more muscles than should be tastefully seen on any woman entered the room. They were holding small silver devices in their hands. If that were the case, we should have to have you anointed by the holy loving Topser troop before your departure. Through the auditorium. Oh. Ranma paused to think. That took a while. Eventually, His brain settled on what promised to be the least painful option. Well, I suppose I could stay for a little, just to meet them. Sukun smiled, dismissing the wholly loving Topser troop with a second snap of her fingers. I shall assemble the acolytes. Genevieve, give the signal. A few keystrokes from the Kodaket filled the room with the sound of the wedding chorus from Lohengrin. They will gather in the meeting hall shortly. Come with me. Sukun offered her arm, and Ranma took it in his. 700 of them, you say? Ages 16 to 25? Sukun nodded, and winked. Right this way, Ranma-sama. Kim followed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Alright, so maybe my memory was a bit rusty, but it had been years since I'd last roamed these halls, and the auditorium hadn't been in much use in those days. Now, if we had to find Isabella's room, I could do that in my sleep. I often had, in fact, and morning would surprise me with the knowledge that there are far higher degrees of sleepwalking than is generally believed. You're walking too slowly and we don't have time, the ghost reminds me. Give me a minute. This looks familiar. That's the kitchen, there's the exercise room, and that. I turned towards Rat with a deliberately theatrical expression. Is the shocking Rat is not as easy when the boy is nowhere to be seen. I open my mouth to comment on the situation, but am stopped by the sound of stampeding women. Svanon's nephew will evacuate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. By the end of the 20th century, a millennium of Chinese male preferential breeding had led to a matrimonial crisis. The nation's surplus males exceeded the total female population of Taiwan, and dowries for Asian women skyrocketed. With hundreds of thousands of Chinese men facing the prospect of a lonely future and no succession, the marriage of an attractive or talented daughter became a transaction that would often leave her parents independently wealthy. Enterprising, genetics-savvy 21st century Japan was quick to take advantage of this. Families soon found that a little zygote tweaking for 2X chromosomes and beauty would more than pay for its cost, child maintenance included, once the fetus reached nubility. The global savior's empire of light grew a noticeable percentage of its financial strength from the export of brides to China, through both taxes on the obscenely large wedding payments and fees paid by the parents to the notoriously government-linked Anocorp Genetics Company. Indeed, the Kunyu Foundation publicly endorsed the practice, subsidizing the marketing by Gourmet Industries' advertising branch of Anocorp's mail-order daughter scheme as a public education measure. Old habits die hard. Though the Chinese population imbalance had been eliminated by the 2060s, genetics selection and enhancement of children remained a necessary status symbol for social climbers well into the 2080s, and a beautiful daughter was held to be more prestigious than a son. The damage had been done by the time the suppliers came to terms. The decrease in demand. A whole generation of factory-guaranteed knockouts found themselves facing spinsterhood or marriage far outside their age group. Some were able to come to terms with the situation, either by finding companionship in other women or adjusting to relationships with babes and the elderly. The media reflected this, changing the mainstream male model from the dashing 25-year-old to the distinguished 40-year-old and innocent 16-year-old. Of course, there were those for whom neither of these choices was unsatisfactory, or who couldn't find a partner no matter how hard they tried. There simply weren't enough men. It was to these that the Church of Kodakai appealed, with its promise of a mythical collective bridegroom that would return from the heavens to satisfy all their needs. It wasn't, at first sight, a very impressive solution. Their deliverer was biologically underage, and they'd have to share. But what they would share, if the church propaganda was to be believed, would be mythical. Specially commissioned lurid illustrations beckoned with their captions, 100 men in one. Virility unbounded. It wasn't everyone's piece of cake, but CKO, to use the common Reuters abbreviation, managed to gain the loyalties of 700 stunning, sexually frustrated females. These were the proud, the few, the severely repressed, and so when they heard the strains of Wagner's wedding choral letting them know their savior had arrived, they didn't just run, they swarmed. Bombs, bouquets and things that were both were dropped and allowed to explode. Ribbons and handcuffs disappeared from lockers in a flurry of maniacal wrist-tossing, and the Kodakets kept tabs on each other to ensure that no single one of them would use the advantage that nudity would confer. They flowed into the main auditorium like maggots into a newly presented carcass, writhing under, through and over each other until one green quasi-worm was scarcely distinguishable from the other. Once the inflow had settled into a small-scale harmonic undulation about center stage, Sukuen stepped onto the main platform. "Girls," said the High Priestess into a microphone, "the day we have long waited for has arrived at last. May I present RNMASA Audiomi." Their deliverer stepped on stage. "Hi," he said, and waved to the crowd. A quarter of those present fainted. Asterisk 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 lust delayed becomes a tangible force, a stale-smelling sticky fog that surrounds its source and reminds the passerby of laundry to be done, and unswept floors. The assembled Kodakets fairly reeked of the miasma. Their eyes were focused on their leotard savior, and their hands and unmentionables kept back only by the steel-stiff spiritual shield of Sukuen. She was speaking. Her sermon was indeed the excuse for the delay in Ranma's release, but her followers, for once, did not listen. Neither did they notice that the bridegroom seemed to be talking with someone backstage. It was enough that his lips moved, and that their imaginations could place those strips of flesh upon their own. A few of those present developed a jock itch, and the rest spoiled their makeup with cruel streaks. All were clenching and unclenching their fists to work off the less intimate part of the accumulating tension. Even now, in our moment of triumph over the unbelievers, we are not free of the evil Ranma Satana. She has found an avatar, and it has caused our beloved to believe that he must flee our presence, rather than embrace it. We must. A beat froze Sukuen's hands. Her face melted into blandness from her impassioned declamation while she pulled a con card from her bosom. Sukun glanced at it, then frowned and put the card away. The chief executor, she explained. Her other occupation. Miranda, you're in charge. About you, Ranma. Our apologies, deliverer, but my worldly duties call. Not a single green chest heaved for breath until the door had closed behind her. Then the shield was gone. Sukun inspired respect and fear. It would have been unthinkable to, say, mob the stage and leap upon the collective bridegroom in a desperate attempt to be among the first to grope him while she was present. But now was a different matter, entirely. Miranda fiddled with a nearby control panel. Computer, locate Gosunkuji Sukun. Gosunkugisakui has left the building. Ranma had an eighth of a moment's warning while the acolytes flashed the rules of the upcoming game to each other with their eyes. Then the mountain of flesh sealed itself over him. He was calamine for their full-body 7-year itch, and the hundreds of girls and ladies present thought nothing of tunneling through piles of fellow worshippers to rub as much of his demi-divinity against themselves as possible. Any escape attempt was futile. The instant Ranma raised a portion of himself above the surface of the sea of green, some bag of unused estrogen would spot it, squeal, and toss herself upon his newly exposed gift of arm, leg, chest or rear. It took him minutes to learn to do the sensible thing and enjoy the rides while ignoring the bruises. Then again, his stoic acceptance of the situation might also have been shock. A fear lent credence to by his cold sweat-bathed expressionless face and splayed fingers. Whatever the reason, his obeisance paid off. He was allowed to keep his head above flesh level and have it kissed by only one girl at a time. A round robin had been informally established for a fair distribution of his limited lip space. It was all working quite nicely, with no party receiving either too much pleasure or too much pain, until the main doors swung open. What are you doing with Kim's body? The chamber was already suffused with a quasi-tropical steam from the acolytes rubbing and writhing. Fueled by righteous indignation, Rat's anger-based hyperfever raised the ambient temperature to a few degrees above the comfort level. The Kodakets paused their wriggling for a moment, decided they were more interested in reaching for Ranma than puzzling out the intruder, and returned to the business they'd been trained for. I said, "What are you doing with Kim's body?" If Raraku expected a reply, the ensuing noises were rather disappointing. Alena gasped. Cassandra moaned. Miranda cackled, and Ranma was reduced to nervous grunting. Off in the spirit plane, invisible to the Kodaket's eyes, Kim had exhausted her supply of Japanese expletives and had turned to her American lexicon of abuse for reinforcements. Until Rat's arrival, her words hadn't done much. Now her verbal fire was seemingly transferred from her mouth to his skin. Raraku was glowing. Oddly enough, he didn't seem to notice it. Anime. Taking advantage of the borrowed body to satisfy your foul needs. How dare you? The room was suddenly filled with an almost blinding flickering light, a candle flame grotesquely magnified. This grabbed the Kodakets' attentions, for they preferred the dark, and so they turned to find the source of the disturbance to their play. It was Rat, who was running towards them coated in lapping tongues of white energy. "Don't worry, Kim. I'll protect you, KRAKBO and the biological capacitor that Raraku had become released all of its energy in a massive blast that sent him flying into the center of the mound of women. Cushioning layers of breast and thigh protected him from the falling shrapnel, but that proved to be a small blessing. Once the smoke cleared, he saw that half the room had been reduced to rubble. The CKOs he had landed on glared at him, and of the rest those that weren't tending to their wounds were charging at him, weapons raised. Ahimhe. I'd had to stay hidden until the last of the girls had run by, but by then the sound of their feet had given me a rather precise fix on the auditorium. It's no wonder I hadn't found it. It had been shifted to one of the newer wings. The explosion finished pinpointing the room for us. "Ranma," said the ghost, hovering beside me as I ran. "You said he was alive. Half alive. Do you think that blast could have?" I turned the corner and noticed green blurred motion peeking through a crack in the door at the hall's end. "We're about to find out." My other watch, the one set to Citadel time, told me that there were only 20 seconds left until the agreed hour. She wouldn't be late. Not for this. As I'd predicted, the instant the seconds counter displayed 00, she appeared in a flash of crimson flame, startling the animals around us into a symphony of baa-baas. My sister Katie. "Why the sheep, Scaride?" I can understand it from a Hikaru, but I expected more from myself. Seeing Sikari is always odd. It makes me think I'm looking into a fairground mirror, or that it's already Halloween and I'm touching up my makeup in the bathroom. I never did understand why she got those tattoos around her eyes. The short black hair looks nice on her, I'll give her that. I'd try it myself, if I weren't scared of the time it'd take to grow it back to the length I have it at now. But those black diamonds, the sheep aren't mine. They're mowing the grass. She'd probably strangle me if she knew I had my own fleecy back at the Citadel Corral. It was a present from number sign 426 a few birthdays back. The Deep Forest Preserve is the only place for Ks without security cams everywhere. I had to bring you into a meadows section, because I didn't want your teleport flame setting something on fire. I still don't see why we don't just meet at the cafe. Yes, she even pronounced the capital. I don't feel comfortable there. You know that. You didn't seem to mind the lounge full of Rarakus last time we visited. Which brings us to the main item of business. Did it work? I admitted that my night had been more pleasant than usual. Sikari smiled. I knew that would do it. The problem with you, Skitchan darling, is that you're too meek. If you see something you want, take it. If you don't, someone else will, and in cases like this that can be tragic. Now, she stepped back and put her hands on her hips. Teach it to me. Not yet. What do you mean, not yet? She was sputtering. Our deal was that I would teach you the soul trap bubble the day I held Rat safely in my arms. From the look of your hair and the state of your bodysuit, I guess that tonight qualifies. I remember crossing my fingers and hoping that my loophole was large enough. I need her help. He's bewitched. The American girls cast a shape-shifting spell on him, and I can't break it. I've said protective wards, but I still wouldn't call that safe. My other did a lot of grunting, but agreed. You never told me the girl knew magic. I didn't know. What's her name? Thompson. King Thompson. Sakari thought for a moment, then frowned and shook her head. She has no equivalent in my reality. What must I do? Even before I started listing my conditions, she'd taken her iron dagger from its holster and begun tracing the needed bloodlines on her right palm. Find out more about Thompson, I said, and keep tabs on Rat. Make sure no harm comes to him, natural or otherwise. Once he's free from enchantment and physical harm and we're together, once he's... I faltered. I couldn't think of any gaps I'd left open, but it still didn't seem airtight. I know you want to be thorough in your contract, sister dear, but safely in your arms covers everything you've said, and more. She must have seen the color creep up my cheeks, because she added, well, you're right. Not your arms. How about this for our renewed agreement? You will teach me the soul trap bubble the day Raraku is firmly and safely established as your paramour. That sounded right. I took my own dagger from its place at my hip and drew the contractual sigils on my hand. I keep my blade sharp, so it didn't hurt much. We were about to seal the contract, when I thought of something. Faith refers to both the relationship and the person. Of course. Now, shake. My hand went forward and then back again. What is it this time? No killing. That'd be the easiest way for her to keep her side of the deal, after all. Kim's my rival, but, well, we're also sort of friends. You take all the fun out of things. This time I took her hand in mine, and we bound ourselves to the agreement. At this point I always expect fire and brimstone, but I had to settle for a white green flash that signified the consummation of the deal. Always a pleasure doing business with myself. Sakari wiped her hand on her bodysuit. When then, shall we meet again? In thunder, lightning or in rain? My sister has lately acquired an annoying habit of misquoting Shakespeare at the most inopportune moments. I named a date and time. She agreed with a nod and began walking towards the tree line. Where are you going? I called to her. If you port in the jungle region, you'll set fire to the place. Oh, I'm not going back just yet. I have a little sightseeing to do. I didn't like that one bit, but how could I stop her? Just My frustration expressed itself as a faint purple glow around my body. It isn't that unpleasant, really. Cheaper than sunglasses and twice as effective. Automatically tinted, too. Just don't go on any hunts while you're here, Sakari. This is my city, in my reality, and asterisk I single quote and asterisk the killer of the dead here. Not you. But of course. She smiled and walked away. I'm still here, looking alternately at my blood-stained hand and the spot where she disappeared into the foliage. I bend down and stroke one of the sheep. The feel of its wool against my hand soothes me as I meditate. I am Sakari, and she is me. So why don't I trust her? Asterisk 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 Rat's future was one of bondage and pots. He woke from a knockout blow only to find himself wrapped in a ribbon cocoon and hanging upside down from a structurally unsound rafter above what looked suspiciously like a tub full of boiling mud. It looked like mud, the color was right, and it bubbled and slurped thickly. But it smelled too good to be dirt. Almost like scented soap. He felt like reaching out and dipping his finger in it, but even if his arms weren't bound tightly to his sides, the handcuffs would have made that impossible. Besides, the rafter was bending at a noticeable, steady pace, and it would be altogether too soon that he would find himself in intimate contact with the effervescent glop. It dawned on him that this would not be pleasant. H-E-L-P. He shouted. H-E-L-P. Screaming forced him to raise his head and glimpse the activity surrounding him. Kim was in the back and looked concerned, but was impotent in her ghostly form. Ranma was arguing with the leader of the group, but nothing seemed to come from it. And around him, several hundred leotard girls were dancing in a rather titillating fashion. A blood drop fell from his nose and fizzled into black solidity upon the surface of the mud. H-E-L-P. H-E-L-P. H-E-L. Raraku wriggled to face the cause of a loud crash, bringing himself an inch nearer to the colored-complexioned booster. The main door, weakened from the earlier explosion, had been knocked off its hinges. Children didn't wait for the dust clouds to clear to walk into the main chamber. Children. Here. H-E-L-P. H-E-L-P. Her entrance had startled most of the Kodakets into defensive crouches, but they now rushed at her, fleet-footed and snarling. That proved to be a mistake. I'm flattered that you still remember me. Jansen raised a finger and her assailants went flying. An invisible juggernaut fled from her hand and knocked everything from its path on its course through the chamber. Girls and women turned into human tenpins. Pairs of skulls became impromptu castanets and Ranma's jaw dropped with an audible click while he watched the spectacle. Kim's ghost, though silent, had its chin below its neckline. You didn't tell me your friend was Telly. Tilla. That she could move stuff with her mind, whispered Ranma. Miranda was the last to fall. The unseen force slammed her against the tub of boiling mud, knocking it over and severing its feeder tube. She can't," answered Kim. Injured women tried to roll out of the way of the sizzling mudslide and screamed when their efforts landed them in the growing puddle of scalding water being fed by the disconnected intake pipe. Then, what did all of that? Children summoned her machete and used it to slice the ribbon-holding rat to the roof. He landed with a glop-muffled thud. "Ranma, I think you'd better change back now." Ranma didn't react. He continued looking at the bodies, the ruined room and the new arrival. 2-8. What? You wanna make sure bad boy's alright, or something? Ranma, will you listen to me? Change, now. Okay. I go. He went. He leapt off the stage and stepped over a few unconscious acolytes on his way to the warm puddle. Lying down in it didn't hurt, but the soul transfer did. Hey, fought, 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 fought. Kim screamed enough for the both of them. Besides, he was tongue-tied by what his spirit eyes beheld. He saw a girl, a familiar girl, with dark clothes, cropped hair, who wore a dress in pastel shades of yellow and blue. She held a wooden mallet in her right hand, and her eyes watered as she looked up at him. "Ranma?" asked Akane. "Now that I've seen her, there's no way to hide she is not some fling from long ago. Now that I've seen her, I know why she lied, and I think it was better when I didn't know." Richard Maltby, Junior and Bubble epilogue She thinks herself the game warden of this reality's undead. I take a large gulp of oolong to clear the bitters from my throat. She forbade Emmy to hunt on her ground. Emmy. Who had scoured more alternatives than she'll ever see. But I might as well please my sister. By the way my table mate arches her eyebrow, I can tell she has the wrong idea. Her mind is a non-stop gutter party. I play along and follow with an ambiguous statement. I can bear a small submission for a greater gain. It's not souls that draw me here. Don't rub it in. Oh, that's right. Poor Licky doesn't have one. Is she mad at me? Or just plain mad? I love it when I have to make up. Oh, she doesn't see my hand move under the tabletop. But you like it so much when I do. I slip my fingers through the slit in the side of her dress and scratch her leg as hard as I can with my shorn nails. I hoped for a reaction, and am disappointed. My sister is in love. Our pupils meet. Parleys between us are always multi-tiered. Our tongues say one thing, our eyes another, and both are perfectly understood. Until it all degenerates into a tumble in which Akuli and Lingui play the same role as the remainder of our bodies. I'm careful in reaching for my blade, but not careful enough. Galtalika notices the dip in my right shoulder and grabs my hands, holding both wrists in one firm grip and raising them above my head. My cufflinks are touching. I could teleport back to the Citadel, but she knows I won't. It's shearing weak. Project R, I hiss. My attempts to wriggle out of her grip meet with all the success of a wasp struggling against a Venus flytrap. I missed her knees with my below-table kicks, and now my feet have pinned to the floor by her own. She's fallen for your brother. Brothers and sisters I have none, and yet this man is my father's son. Another one of her quotations. This one I don't recognize. Shakespeare? I can hear the clack of her tongue stud against her teeth as she moves in for her reward. My body tells me with a thrill that letting her take it would not be in the least unpleasant, but that would involve giving in, and it just won't do. I'm always on top. Mother Goose. Raraku is no brother of mine. That's a relief, I mutter, stalling for time. She pauses. It worked. HRM? If he were, this would be perverse. When you put it that way, I'm tempted to hack into the genealogical files and make him my official sibling. She's right. I'll have to thank Sis later for making our contests more exciting. Her tongue is almost at my neck now, and her moist breath warms part of my skin and leaves the area around it feeling colder than before. More shivers. I slip into a submissive posture, relaxing every muscle, closing my eyes, slowing my breathing and tilting my head back to expose my neck. Funnily enough, that's also the perfect state for focusing one's ki. The bait works beautifully. The slight time Licky spends smiling at her triumph is all that I need to cast the spell. The suctioning over her lips never gets to my skin. I intercept it with a burst of ruby fire that surrounds me as thoroughly and snugly as the bodysuit I wear. Autolycus should have known better. On several of our trysts I've used the flaming orge as my outfit. She'll need to buy lip balm tomorrow. The unexpected pain loosens her grip, and I take the opportunity to disengage myself and flip the table onto her. Teacups and the pots shatter behind me. Only Autolycus' upper chest and head protrude from beneath the table, on which I kneel to ensure her immobility. I need you, Licky. I brush the tangled mane of hair from her neck and put my dagger at her throat. For what? Her mad green eyes move everywhere, analyzing the situation. She'll teach me her technique if I deliver the rat to her as a love slave. My knife traces faint lines on her face. Not so deep as to scar, but enough to bring a few drops of blood to the surface. She likes blood. So do I. I want that key attack, love. Then you must have it and it may prove interesting. Mind control is allowed. I made sure of that. The edge of the table stops me from bringing my blade any further down. I content myself with carving arcane symbols onto the fingernails on the hand which Licky's managed to slide free. But all too soon the manicure is done. We are at an impasse. Neither of us can go further. She agrees. Then yield. I will not. A troublesome grin. Not to someone as forgetful as yourself. I yawn deliberately and theatrically, then coat a finger with her blood. What have I forgotten? I ask, raising it to my lips. Too late. I see her long nails make contact with the wooden table. The breaking point victory. A shower of splinters. A release. And then our bloody, laugh-filled revels truly begin. and girl trouble I can't think of much to say, so this time the author's notes will be short and sweet. First off, Akane is to blame for the wholly loving Topser troop. Many thanks to him and the others who patiently provided input on the scenes as I sent them out, particularly Skywise, Cassandra. Yep, the Kodaket's named after her. Then again, Alana is named after Akane, Lara Bartram and the rest of the R2096 pre-read team. The Witch's Coven is a group of young ladies who've offered entertaining commentary on the series in the past, and one of the lines in the prologue is borrowed from them. Bija has proved a great inspiration, as always, and is directly to thank for the lines about faceless ghosts and the non-stop gutter party. Gratuitous references? Heck, yes. See if you can spot the allusions to the seventh best and Fairy Princess run. Characters introduced this episode. I'm being deliberately opaque to avoid spoilers. aka what happened to Akane after Ranma's death is told in the side stories canon. Suffice to say, she's now one of the most emotionally stable ghosts in Mirima's prefectural graveyard. She and children who has ghost sight have been good friends, best friends, for years. Subpage http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cwsix/akane.html. This ghost has been saved from a second death at least twice by the Wanderer, champion of the undead. As hero background ghost pointed out in the episode, this led her to think she'd always be rescued. Not so this time. Her first appearance is in the side story The Wanderer. She was originally meant to be a one-shot average ghost character, hence the odd spelling of her name, Averagio, roughly. GOSUNKUGISAKUIN Chief Executress for Corp and the Kunyu Foundation. The two organizations are nearly one and the same, though the public don't know it. Disappointed, to put it mildly, in earlier romances, she was drawn to the Church of Kodakai's promise of a celestial perfect bridegroom who would satisfy her every need. Her government contacts made her a valuable asset to CKO, and she rose quickly through the ranks. She now company heads the church when her duties allow her time. Subpage http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cwsix/sukuin.htmgosunk.aka Squirrel Girl, since her name comes from the Latin for squirrel, Sukuin's niece, and Rat's cousin. She studies physics and archaeological anthropology at the University of Tokyo, and is hoping to do graduate work in exploratory history. Scaride is part of the Bosankuji Collective, an association made up of many versions of Ikaru Bosankuji and a few relatives from across the multiverse. CRPM Side Story Bosankuji, Generations for details. The collective has its home base in another reality, to which she more or less frequently travels. Nutkins had a rather severe private grudge against all ghosts ever since the murder of her double by spirits. This double was a sweeter-tempered version of herself from another reality, and fellow member of the collective. See the side story Scared Extremes for details. She now hunts ghosts nightly, eliminating them with either a mystical Tibetan dagger or a specialized key attack. Scared's ghost sight is perfect, while children sees ghosts as transparent. Mudkin can't tell the living from the dead without touching them. This has led to a few odd situations. For instance, Scared has befriended Akane, not knowing that she's not alive. She has a crush on her cousin Raraku. Subpage http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cwcwnkugisicarii another alternate Scared from a different reality, and a member of the collective. This one's hatred of ghosts verges on psychosis. Her name was originally Scared as well. The collective kept track of them by numbers. Sicari was Scared III. She changed her own name to a variant on the Latin word Sicarium, or assassin, during the story Scared Extremes. She began frequenting the R2096 reality to visit her sister, but now spends her time mostly with Autolica. See below. Subpage http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cwc.htmaudolwife is Sicari's lover, and an employee of the Kunyu Foundation. Subpage http://clink.queenshoe.cus/tilde4cw6